Welcome back, everyone. We will now reconvene our meeting. Sorry for the delay. Seeing a quorum, Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Stapp.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Okrepke.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming. Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor McDonald. Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Let the record reflect all council members are present with the exception of Vice Mayor McDonald.
We will now proceed to item 3.1. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Item 3.1 is a wellness study session. Director of Human Resources, Amy Reeve, will lead the discussion. Thank you. And Director, could you introduce your team when you get an opportunity? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Amy Reeve, the Director of Human Resources. My colleagues Dominique Blanqui, the Risk Manager, and Indira Alfaro, our Principal Analyst over Benefits and Leaves, are joining me this afternoon to answer any questions which may come up after the presentation. This study session will provide a high-level overview of the City of Santa Rosa's wellness program and benefits. On our agenda today, we will be covering what is workplace wellness, the City of Santa Rosa wellness initiatives, and additional wellness initiatives and resources that we're continuing to evaluate. And we will also provide an opportunity for questions. So what is a workplace wellness program? A wellness program is a broad term used to describe activities, programs, or policies that the city offers to its workforce as a supplement to traditional benefits like medical, dental, and vision insurance. All wellness benefits are intended to encourage employees to stay healthy or improve their overall health and well-being, rather than to treat a specific illness or medical condition. Some common examples of wellness programs include programs that help support and promote physical activity, mental and behavioral health resources, elder care, child care, financial well-being, and general connectedness. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention found that workplace wellness programs can lead to a 25% reduction in healthcare costs. It can lead to increased productivity, lower absenteeism and presenteeism, improved employee engagement and retention, and can create a positive impact on company culture. A survey by the Society for Human Resource Management found that 70% of employees said that wellness programs were an important factor in their decision to stay with their current employer. So we will cover the following programs in greater detail throughout the presentation and discuss a variety of benefits currently provided by the city, including our Enhanced Employee Assistance Plan, or EAP through Concern, our Supplemental EAP Plan through Standard Life Insurance, our Annual Wellness Benefit, the Cortico app for public safety employees, the monthly learning aids developed for city staff, the gym facilities available at some city locations and offered with discounts during the open enrollment period, as well as discounts and savings for supplemental programs such as elder and dependent care, legal resources, gym and weight loss programs, and a variety of mental health and counseling services. So taking a deeper dive into the Concern Employee Assistance Program, the City of Santa Rosa invested in improving our Employee Assistance Program in 2020 and changed from MHN to Concern, which is more of a boutique provider of employee resources. Savings from the selection of a new long-term and short-term disability carrier provided reallocated assets to supplement and enhance the wellness program across the city. So the Concern EAP is different because, as I mentioned, it's a boutique-style EAP plan. It offers a personalized approach to overall employee health and wellness and has a focus on making the program both accessible and meaningful for all employees. Concern also integrated the city's existing first responders network and included preferred providers into the program. This change was meaningful because it included authorizing care through a specialized panel of providers who are culturally competent and experienced in working with our police and fire employees. The city also increased the number of visits for first responders and their families from 5 to 10 sessions per incident. And I'm pleased to report that utilization overall increased for all city employees. Our employees receive expert guidance for life's unexpected events through the Concern program and have easy access to self-help tools organized by topic with articles, apps, and videos. There's an accessible network of experienced licensed counselors that can help with stress, depression, anxiety, relationship conflicts, major life changes, substance abuse, and more. Experts are also available to provide discounted financial and legal consultation, and all services can be accessed in person or via telephone, video, text, or chat 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and the services are completely confidential. All benefits through Concern are available to benefit eligible employees, their family and household members, and dependent children up to age 26, even when living outside the household. Since changing to EAP on August 1st of 2020, utilization has improved overall. In the last 3 years, utilization for counseling service and work-life benefits under the plan have increased from 9.6% under the previous provider to 18.8% with Concern in the last plan year. Diving a bit deeper in this slide, we can see that utilization for first responders has also increased significantly. We feel that that is in part due to the fact that we've added the first responder preferred panelists to the coverage. In fiscal year 2021, expected utilization rates for fire and police department utilization were 12 to 15%. In actuality, utilization rates for the fire department were over 27%, and the police department was over 30%. For all other city staff, the expected utilization rate on the plan was about 5.5%, and we saw actual utilization at 5.8%. And those figures increased again in fiscal year 21-22. We see that again, the fire department and police department, we're looking at actual utilization rates of almost 40% for fire employees and 32.4% for police department employees. I'm pleased to report that for other employees, utilization went up from 5.8% to 9.6% in the plan year. In addition to the the Concern EAP, we also have a supplemental benefit provided by Standard Life Insurance. This is another EAP tool, which is a supplemental benefit free of charge for standard clients and is also available to all city employees. This benefit provides additional resources such as free online libraries of self-guided trainings and webinars, customized workshops for managers and employees, as well as crisis management services. During the last round of negotiations, most miscellaneous employee bargaining units were provided with a wellness benefit of $500. This incentive is paid out to each eligible employee on their first paycheck in January, and the payment is to be used for wellness programs such as gym memberships, to purchase fitness equipment, or to participate in other wellness-related programs like smoking cessation, diabetes management, weight loss programs, or to obtain preventative health screenings. The goal is to promote health and wellness, including physical and mental fitness. The Journal of Occupational and Environmental Medicine found that workplace wellness programs can lead to a 25% reduction in absenteeism and a 40% reduction in presenteeism. In 2020, as a complement to the Concern EAP program, the city also invested in the Cortico tool as an additional support system for both police and fire department employees. Cortico provides safety employees and their family members with on-demand direct access to their peer support group through a phone or web application. This application provides access to relevant, trusted, and effective wellness resources that provide immediate support to address mental and physical wellness. The app also offers a complete range of self-assessments, continuously updated videos, guides, and courses on more than 60 behavioral health topics, all specifically designed for first responders. Through Cortico, our first responders have access to anonymous assessments and counseling resources that help them cope with the effects of stress and chronic exposure unique to public safety positions. The Cortico solution provides a variety of specialized benefits for public safety employees, including mental health providers, nutritionists, physical therapists, and chiropractors, anonymous self-assessments, a wellness toolkit with a variety of programs related to topics including alcohol abuse, compassion fatigue, critical incident response, depression, family support, financial fitness, sleep optimization, suicide prevention, and more. It also offers physical support such as yoga for first responders, physical therapy videos, nutrition guides, sleep sounds, and more. Cortico's wellness solution delivers highly specific results and next step guidance to improve decision-making, empathy, and resiliency, which in turn enhances first responders' experience at the city. In March 2020, the police department selected Wellness Solutions to continue a successful wellness program at the department, which was originally brought to the city in 2004. In 2021, Wellness Solutions became Work Care and continued that level of service with police department staff, providing a variety of wellness incentives and mental and physical health resources. On January 24th, 2023, an amendment was brought to council to provide a full-time wellness director and accommodate the various schedules of the police department staff. The program will continue to provide a variety of wellness services and responses to opioid-related events. As a supplement to these benefits provided to the police department, Wellness Solutions and Work Care has also developed a customized app called the Hub for the Santa Rosa Police Department. This wellness program provides additional benefits, including but not limited to blood screening with consultations, fitness assessments, exercise prescriptions, and behavioral coaching. The police department has seen many benefits in having a wellness program over the years, and in looking at the past 5 years, we see that there are a decrease in the corresponding number of injuries and or the severity of injury and cost of treatment of employees in the department, which we feel is related to these programs. One important component that was added is functional movement screening, which allows us to assess participants' mobility, stability, and overall movement quality. Although the number of injuries on the graph reported for SRPD increased in 2019, it is important to note that the total incurred costs per injury actually decreased overall. At the fire department, firefighters are currently going through peer support training programs delivered by the International Association of Firefighters, or IAFF. After receiving training, our peer support instructors have been successful in aiding in the recovery process for other employees who may be experiencing trauma and stress. The IAFF delivers training in two forms, a 2-day in-person or a 3-day online program. And after completing this training, our employees have the necessary knowledge and skills to provide support to their peers. They have a basic understanding of common behavioral health issues affecting those in the fire service and can serve as a bridge to community resources or behavioral health treatment. The City of Santa Rosa recognizes that employees who participate in health and wellness programs will demonstrate an increased understanding of healthy behaviors and practices that create a healthy workforce and a safe community. We are committed to providing our workforce with a variety of incentives, tools, support, and strategies that encourage wellness education and increase self-awareness, self-care, and well-being. Our monthly Learning Aid series is distributed by our Training and Organizational Development Officer, Barb Otis, and it is a tool that shares important information and promotes programs and services available to employees. Examples of past Learning Aid topics include work-life balance, quiet thriving, and the power of gratitude. The Learning Aid introduces a new topic each month that provides the reader with valuable and engaging information, a direct call to action, and has a purpose of educating and supporting our workforce. Department ASOs and HR liaisons are provided with a monthly learning aid and talking points so that supervisors and managers can use the tool to guide discussions at safety tailgate meetings or during staff meetings. The slide showcases a recent learning aid on the power of gratitude. Additionally, all prior learning aids are available as a resource on the updated Training and Organizational Development webpage, which can be accessed by employees on our intranet. Kaiser monthly e-newsletters are also distributed to all staff, and these contain a variety of resources available to support wellness campaigns, health talks, and webinars that address a variety of topics. And these e-newsletters are available to all city employees, regardless of their health plan elections. The City of Santa Rosa understands that it is crucial to establish engaging employee wellness initiatives that support and prioritize work-life balance. As such, some of the initiatives that are being reviewed to enhance the existing wellness resources include an enhancement to current VSP eye care benefits to provide blue blocker glasses and enhanced coverage in the next plan year, child care assistance for City of Santa Rosa employees through WeCare, and an enhanced current benefit offering to support mental health in the workplace through Calm, a meditation and wellness app. The city is looking to team up with providers that encourage and help employees form healthy habits, ensure accountability, and create a culture that celebrates wellness. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Many thanks to you, Director Reeves, and your team for the presentation and just making sure that these services are available for our employees. Thank you. Are there any questions from council? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, may you please conduct public comment?
We are now taking public comment on item 3.1. If you are in the chambers and wish to make a comment and have not provided your name to the administrator at the top of the chamber, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you are dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You will have 3 minutes for your comment, and a countdown timer will alert at the conclusion of that period. I'm seeing no one in the council chambers, so handing over to our Zoom host for any Zoom calls.
There are no Zoom hands raised.
Thank you. So, are there any comments from council members? Seeing no comments from council members, thank you very much. Oh, sorry.
I raised my hand late. Thanks, Natalie. Just a quick comment. That graph on slide 16 that showed the substantial decrease in dollars related to injuries, that was impressive. And you mentioned that you think that there's a pretty solid correlation between that decrease and the wellness program. Any more details to offer? I guess this is more of a question than a comment. Apologies.
So that slide actually showcased the incurred costs for workers' compensation treatment at the police department in Santa Rosa. And yes, we did observe what appears to be a pretty strong correlation between the number of claims and also the cost per treatment for injuries. The anecdotal evidence seems to support that as well. I don't know if our risk manager has any additional comments.
Yeah, so, sorry. At those charts, so on 2019, we had a less severity of the claims and open claims and the costs that were incurred in that calendar year. And I think we were switching to the Concern app. And so a lot of the mental health claims, I don't think we had that many in 2019 for stress or PTSD or anything along those lines. We just had an overall increase. It was a good year.
Well, my official comment is just that that's great work. Thanks for presenting that data.
Thanks.
Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for the presentation and your hard work, and the council will now recess until 4 p.m. Thank you. All right, it is now 4 o'clock, and seeing that we have a quorum, we will start our regular meeting. Madam City Clerk, may you please call the roll?
Councilmember Stapp.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Okrepke.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming. Here. Councilmember Alvarez. Vice Mayor McDonald.
Here.
Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Let the record reflect all council members are present.
We will now move to item 5, study and closed session items. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council met in closed session on 2 items. The first was a conference with real property negotiator regarding 470 Sebastopol Road, Santa Rosa, and it concerned the price and terms of sale. Direction was given to staff, and no final action was taken. Second item was also a conference with real property negotiator, and it concerned the property at 500 Sebastopol Road, Santa Rosa, and it concerned the price and terms of a lease. Council gave direction to staff, and no final action was taken. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 6, our proclamation for the day honoring Black History Month, which will be read by me. So one moment, please. Whereas founded on work beginning in 1926 by Carter G. Woodson, now known as the father of Black history, to bring attention to the need for acknowledgement and accurately representing Black and African American history, Black United students and Black educators at Kent State University used the foundation laid by Woodson to fund Black History Month in 1970. And beginning in 1976, every president has declared the month of February as Black History Month. The theme for 2023 is Black Resistance. And whereas Black and African Americans have made innumerable contributions that have enriched America and indeed the lives of every American, and every American should acknowledge and express thankfulness for these contributions. And Black and African Americans have made and continue to make America a better place and Americans a better people. And whereas throughout the arc of history to the present day, Black and African Americans have experienced and endured the inhumanity of injustices and inequalities, not just from societal and institutional bias and racism rooted in white supremacy, but also from other Americans. And whereas it is morally imperative that each of us learns about, sheds light upon, and condemns the inhumanity of injustices and inequities that Black and African Americans continue to experience and endure, but moreover, that each of us takes action to realize true reform. And whereas to be silent in voice and complacent in action is to be complacent in the inhumanity and injustice. And now therefore it be it resolved that I, Natalie Rogers, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, North Bay Black Chamber of Commerce, NAACP Santa Rosa and Sonoma County Branch, Sonoma County Black Forum, Sonoma County Black Coalition, Entrepreneur of Tomorrow Foundation, Petaluma Blacks for Community Development, Blacks United, 100 Black Men of Sonoma County, Inc., Black churches, and the Black community as a whole do hereby recognize February 2023 as National Black History Month. And I call upon each of us to listen to Black voices, to learn about experiences of Black and African Americans throughout history, but also today, to shed light upon and condemn the inhumanity and injustices and inequalities that Black and African Americans experience and endure, to take ownership for each of our roles in perpetrating these, to confront and end bias and racism stoked by white supremacy, and to take action to realize true reform in ourselves, our community, our culture, in our institutions to abolish injustice and inequalities that Black and African Americans still experience and endure today. Thank you. I would like to invite representatives from the groups that were named. If you would like to go to the podium and say something, now would be the time to do so. Seeing none, are there any public comments from the audience? Madam City Clerk.
We are now taking public comment on item 6.1. If you are in the chambers and wish to make a comment and have not provided your name to the administrator at the top of the chamber, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you are dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You will have 3 minutes for your comment, and a countdown timer will alert at the conclusion of that period.
Madam Mayor, City Councilman, my name is Celeste Austin. I am a citizen here in Santa Rosa. It is an honor and a privilege to be here to witness the city of Santa Rosa presenting the proclamation to so many valuable, worthwhile, and powerful Black organizations. It is truly a celebration, and we are so proud of being recipients of this proclamation, and we're also very proud of our mayor, Natalie Rogers.
You probably can't see me, but that's okay as long as you can hear me. Black History Month remains a powerful, symbolic celebration and a time for acknowledgement, reflection, and inspiration. And as the president of the North Bay Black Chambers of Commerce, and I'm involved in many organizations in the community, I would like to thank our Mayor Rogers and all of the city council members for this proclamation. But I also would like to say that we acknowledge Black history throughout the year because the dream is still a dream. And by working with you, city councils, the county supervisors, and the community, we can make that dream a reality. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Manager, and the City Council. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Arthur Cheney, current president of the 100 Black Men of Sonoma County. We've been here, this organization's been here since 1990. It is an honor to accept this award, this proclamation from the city of Santa Rosa, something that we will honor and cherish. But Black History Month, Black history is American history. American history has been here for centuries, and we are 24/7, 365. We will continue to celebrate and do everything we can to make this a better place, and with your help, we can do that. But we have to work together, no division. There's disagreements, but we got to come together and remain united. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Warren Ross, and I'm here taking the place for my wife, Faith Ross. She wasn't able to be here, and also Gloria Robinson. And I'm here to represent Petaluma Blacks for Community Development. I want to thank you for this proclamation, and I'm also part of 100 Black Men also. And also, I'm a former employee of the city of Santa Rosa. So thank you for this honor, and it's good to be back to accept it. Thank you.
Seeing no additional live public comments, were there any Zoom or emailed comments?
We have no Zoomed hands raised, and there are no pre-recorded messages for this item.
Okay, thank you so much. For those of you that are here to receive the proclamation, I would like to invite you down to take a picture with the council. So we're just going to take a, not official break, but a short pause so we can do that. Thank you so much for your patience. All right, we will continue with our staff. We have no staff briefings today, and go on to item 8, City Manager and City Attorney's report.
Thank you, Mayor Rogers. So just a reminder, tomorrow evening, on March the 1st at 5:30, the city's capital project engineering team is hosting a virtual community meeting to review and discuss preliminary design alternatives for the Hopper Avenue Corridor Improvements Project. Please visit the project website at envisionhopper.com for more information and to take the survey. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. I have two items that I'd like to mention. The first I've mentioned at our last meeting as well. The provisions of AB, this has to do with attendance by remote attendance in council meetings. Just a reminder, tonight is the last night that we are going to be under the provisions of AB 361, which has allowed great flexibility in terms of council members participating in council meetings by Zoom. So we are now going to return to the standard provisions of the Brown Act as those provisions were recently amended. So just a quick reminder, 3 avenues if you want to or need to participate remotely. First, under the pre-existing Brown Act provisions, if you wish to participate in a meeting remotely, the public has to be informed of that in advance, and you have to have provide them access to your offsite location. So 3 elements. Please notify, if you want to do that, please notify the city clerk by noon on Wednesday before the council meeting so that it can be put onto the agenda. The address of your offsite location will be posted on the agenda, printed. The meeting agenda then must be posted at your door. So if you're at home, it would be on your front door. If you're at a hotel, it would be at your hotel room door. And then your location must be made open to the public so that they can come in and participate in the meeting from the same location that you're at. And the public must be provided a means to also participate. So a speakerphone would work fine. So that's a pre-existing Brown Act provisions. And then there are 2 new provisions under AB 2449, just cause and emergency circumstances. So I'm going to just give a quick summary of those. Just cause is if you are unable to attend the meeting due to your responsibilities for child care or caregiving of a parent, grandparent, child, grandchild, sibling, spouse, domestic partner, or if you have a contagious illness and you can't come in, or if you have a need related to a physical, mental disability, or finally, if you're traveling on business of the city or on the business of a state or another local agency. In order to participate in the just cause provisions, you must notify the city clerk at the earliest opportunity and provide a general description of the circumstances under which you're participating remotely. You can only use this provision twice in any calendar year. So watch your timing, and we'll be keeping track of that as well. The final avenue is under emergency circumstances. Emergencies are defined as a physical or family medical emergency that prevents you from attending in person. For that one, excuse me, you again must request permission. In this case, the first one, for just cause, you just have to give notice. For the emergency circumstances, you have to request approval to participate remotely. You'll have to provide a general description. It doesn't have to be more than 20 words, and it does not have to reveal any private medical information. You can only participate if the council approves you participating remotely by a majority vote. In general, it would be best if you can let us know well in advance so we can put it on the agenda, but the council can take it up at the meeting that you're requesting for, so that can happen. On this one, there is also a limit, but it's a little bit more generous. You can't participate in meetings remotely for more than 3 consecutive months, or 20% of the regular meetings for the council for the calendar year. If you, this is a little longer than I was expecting, but if you participate in remotely under either the just cause or the emergency circumstances, keep in mind that you have to do so by both video and audio. So in those cases, you're not going to be able to mute your video. You're going to have to remain on video. If you have to get up to go to the bathroom, just leave your video on. We'll know that you've stepped away as if you were stepped away from the dais. You also must disclose at the meeting, before any action is taken, if there is anyone else in the room that is over 18 and what their general relationship is to you. So those are the three avenues. That's the new situation we're in going forward after this evening.
Thank you both for your report. Madam City Clerk, can you please facilitate? You had more?
I'm sorry, I have also the litigation report. So that was just about the Brown Act. Litigation report, I'll keep it quite simple. We have 31 cases listed in our litigation report, 1 code enforcement, 10 general litigation, 14 personal injury, dangerous condition, 4 police actions, and 2 writs of mandate. But within that list, we have dismissals without cost to the city, 5 dismissals. Those are all in process, so we're waiting for the final court orders on those, but those are in the works. We have 2 cases that have settled. One that is a final settlement, $25,000 in the Jericho case, and then we have a tentative settlement in Palaio, but that's awaiting court approval. And then we have 8 trials. In the remaining cases, we have 8 trials coming up in the summer and fall. So, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could just remind the public, because we've received questions on whether or not we're going to continue our online platform, and we will continue online platform. We know we want to be responsible for good, healthy democracy, and we want individuals to be able to participate, so we will continue the online platform.
Thank you for pointing that out. Madam City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment on this item?
We are now taking public comments on item 8. If you are in the chambers and wish to make a comment and have not provided your name to the administrator at the top of the chamber, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you are dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You will have 3 minutes for your comment, and a countdown timer will alert at the conclusion of that period. I am seeing no comments in chambers. Zoom host?
We have no hands.
Sorry, one moment. We do have some public comment. Hold on just one moment. So if you did sign up on 8.1, I apologize, I don't have your name here, but I believe there were 4 speakers who signed up. If you could make your way to the podium. Okay, seeing none. And we did not have any Zoom comments.
All right, we will now move to item 9, statements of abstention by council members. Looking around to my council members, seeing none. Madam City Clerk.
We are now taking public comment on item 9. If you're in chambers and wish to make a comment and have not provided your name to the administrator at the top of the chamber, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you are dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You have 3 minutes for your comment, and a countdown timer will alert at the conclusion of that period. I'm seeing no speakers in the council chamber. Do we have any Zoom commenters?
We have no Zoom hands raised and no pre-recorded comments.
Thank you. Moving on to item 10, mayor and council members reports. Is there anyone that would like to make a report tonight? Yes, Councilmember Stapp.
Thank you. I just wanted to make or to announce 3 reappointments to my committee boards. To the Cultural Heritage Board, Cappy Garrett, who's been a longtime member, she has agreed to stay on. Thank you, Cappy. To the Art and Public Places Committee, Lisa Puentes has agreed to be reappointed. Thank you, Lisa. And to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Board, Tanya Narath has agreed to stay on the board. Thank you, Tanya. And then a new appointment to the Design Review Board. Victoria Liptok has agreed to serve on Design Review. So thank you, Victoria.
Thank you, Vice Mayor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things to report. The Zero Waste Sonoma County met for the first time a couple weeks ago, and we considered and adopted the work plan as well as the fiscal budget for the upcoming year. And so I want to thank them for their help in onboarding onto that commission that you've appointed me to. And then also I just want to do a quick shout out for the new program that we're doing called Clean Santa Rosa. I was able to attend right at the very end, which I think is the best time because most of the work's done. But I want to say thanks to all the staff for all of their work and those who attended, and it looked really great. They focused over by the area where Kmart used to be and Trader Joe's, and so I just want volunteers to be aware that there's going to be opportunities in each of the districts coming forward to get involved in the community to beautify our city, and so I promise to be at one earlier than the end next time. So thank you.
Thank you, and Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Picking up just on that thread as well with the Clean Santa Rosa, I want to give a big thank you to our Public Works team. Part of that component is a opportunity for neighbors to own part of their neighborhood, to own investment in it by going out and cleaning up graffiti, and the city supplies them with what they need, whether it's the wipes, the sponges, the paint rollers. I had a chance to kind of test this kit out this weekend with some of my neighbors, and I will tell you, the folks that we had talked to as we were doing it were ecstatic to see people investing in the city and caring about Santa Rosa. So if you want to do that, contact Jason Nutt. I'm sending them all your way, Jason, but I really want to appreciate the team for putting that together. This coming Thursday, there is a meeting for SMART and the City of Santa Rosa to discuss the at-grade or up and over separated grade crossing for Jennings. It will be at 6 o'clock at Helen Lehman Elementary School. There's also opportunities to be online as well as to submit comment later. Obviously, that's been a big issue for the city, supporting the at-grade crossing, and it'll be a good discussion with neighbors. Wanted to thank the county for including the city in multiple conversations around homelessness as the county potentially prepares to open a safe camping, safe shelter site. And it's going to be a partnership. We need to be working together to address the needs of our unhoused community while also addressing the concerns of neighbors. I want to thank Councilmember Stapp for joining us on a call last night with our neighborhood as well. Finally, and last thing, wanted to just report out on our first National League of Cities Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources Committee meeting that we had. It was really interesting to talk to council members from across the nation about what they're experiencing in their community, such as natural disasters in Ohio, as well as some places that were putting in their first solar arrays. We're all at different places, but we're all supportive of one another to make sure that we get the resources at the city level we need to address climate change and to protect our environment. Back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So for mine, I would like to ask Brian Muser to continue to be the chair of the Cultural Heritage Board. And just a little report out on what I've been up to. On the 17th of this month, Santa Rosa had its first ever Clean Santa Rosa, and I was present during the whole thing, so I could actually do work. And I was also able to attend the LOCN event that addressed equity in law enforcement. And I would like to thank our own Chief John Cregan for his participation. He was awesome and made me very proud that he represents the city of Santa Rosa. I was able to tour the Laguna Treatment Plant with Congressman Jared Huffman and discuss some things that we need to do as far as infrastructure and some other things moving forward. February 18th, I was honored with the Shirley Chisholm Award from Decolonized Minds, so thank you very much for that award. On the 19th, I was able to attend Art and Conversation, Black Resistance in Contemporary Art, which was hosted, or actually the programming was put on by the Museum of Sonoma County. And if you have not visited the museum or attended any of their programming, I suggest that you do, because you are missing out. On the 24th, I was able to attend the police department's award ceremony, and I was very honored that I was invited. But also, I would like to congratulate the awardees and thank them for their service to our community. Right after that, I attended the Democratic Crab Feed and enjoyed their delicious crab, and a lot of networking and just being able to be there with friends and some new faces and some old faces. On the 25th, I was the keynote speaker at the Black History program that was held by Petaluma Blacks for community development. And on the 26th, I was able to participate in the NAACP fashion show, and I was representing the 80s. I was representing the 80s, because I am an 80s baby. But I would like to take a minute during take the opportunity to address what many would call the elephant in the room, because I think that it is very important to do so. It has been an honor and a privilege to deliver the keynote address. It was an honor and a privilege to deliver the keynote address at the 45th annual Black History program hosted in Petaluma by Petaluma Blacks for Community Development. Regrettably, the essence of my message was not conveyed to its fullest extent. I want to be clear, my work here at the city is positive, and I enjoy being the mayor. And working together with my colleagues in the community to make the city an amazing place to call home. Over the last few days, I have received a lot of support from the community and my colleagues, and I'm very thankful for that. I would like to be clear to say that I did speak my truth and will continue to do so. My focus, just to be clear, was about changing the narrative, bringing awareness and resistance to biased behaviors. The discrimination that I referenced during my speech was not connected to the city, but an experience that I had while in the community. My comments were intended to bring awareness to microaggressions and discrimination as I have experienced it, and how in talking about it and acknowledging it, we can support each other and engage one another, not point fingers. When we talk about racism and discrimination, we can identify bias, we can work through it in hopes that they don't happen again, although we all know that that is a very large task. That is why we need to work through it. I have spoken with my colleagues and we've talked about these things, and the conversation has yielded a greater understanding and a commitment to keep working through them. The City Council acknowledges my feelings, and we are working to create a culture within our organization to where we all belong, both on the council and within the organization as a whole. There's a lot of important work for us to do in Santa Rosa, and we are committed to doing our best on behalf of the community. And you can support my efforts by speaking my truth, by not letting it just be brushed under the rug, and making the commitment with me to build a better Santa Rosa by addressing the issues that we need to address. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. I will now turn it over to Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. And I want to start off by thanking you for your words. I did want to read a statement from the entire City Council. The entire council is committed to supporting our colleagues and staff to create a lasting culture of equity and belonging. We are a cohesive team dedicated to creating a workplace that is inclusive. We should all have a sense of belonging. The confluence of race, gender, and politics is a hard conversation to have, filled with big personalities, challenging and complicated working relationships, implicit biases, and at times competition. But if our city is going to be successful, we need our mayor to be successful, feel supported, and have her colleagues hear her truth and continue to listen to understand. We will continue to be united to ensure our city is governed effectively and without bias. Our residents, staff, and colleagues rightfully demand that of us. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, may you please conduct public comment? Thank you.
We are now taking public comment on item 10. If you are in the chambers and wish to make a comment and have not provided your name to the administrator at the top of the chamber, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you are dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You will have 3 minutes for your comment, and a countdown timer will alert at the conclusion of that period. I have no speakers who had signed up, and I'm seeing no one in the chambers at the podium. Zoom host, do we have anyone on Zoom?
We have no Zoom hands raised and no pre-recorded messages.
Thank you. Moving to item 11, approval of the minutes. We have 3 minutes here to approve December 13th, 2022, January 10th, 2023, and January 24th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes by council members? I would like to see if this is actually a correction. On December 13th, 2022, page 21, it says Mayor N. Rogers made a motion to waive the policy, and I believe that was Mayor C. Rogers. I know it can be confusing because we have the same name, but I believe it was Chris that made that. So can we make that correction? Are there any public comments regarding the minutes that we have before us? Seeing none in the chamber. Zoom host?
There are no hands raised and no pre-recorded messages.
We will adopt the minutes as amended, and we will now move to item 12, our consent calendar. Madam City Clerk.
Item 12.1 is a resolution authorizing submittal of a matching grant application to the Sonoma County Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District for the Lower Colgan Creek Neighborhood Park Improvement Project. Item 12.2 is a resolution submittal of an application to the State of California Department of Housing and Community Development's Pro-Housing Incentive Pilot Program for an amount not to exceed $1,650,000. Item 12.3 is a resolution approval of purchase order 168451 for 10 Ford Mach-E battery electric vehicles to 72-Hour LLC, DBA National Auto Fleet Group, Watsonville, California, utilizing Sourcewell Cooperative Contract Number 091521-NAF. Item 12.4 is a resolution authorizing participation in a joint application to Cycle 6 of the Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program. Item 12.5 is a resolution, approval of a professional services agreement between Kitchell/CEM Incorporated and the city for technical advisory, project management, construction management, and inspection services for the Hearn Community Hub project in a not-to-exceed amount of $5,812,022. Item 12.6 is a resolution, approval of a lease agreement between the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Rosa, quote, authority, end quote, and the city on authority-owned property located at 983 Sonoma Avenue, and authorization for the city manager to execute the lease. Item 12.7 is a resolution, approval of Second Amendment Professional Services Agreement number F002284 with Renee Public Law Group, and this item has been continued to the March 14th, 2023 meeting.
Bringing it back to council, are there any questions or concerns with the consent calendar? Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. Had a question about item 12.5. Welcome, you two. I think this is mostly a question either for Assistant City Manager Nutt or the City Manager. I saw some social media chatter about this, which is always a dangerous thing to pay attention to, where folks were concerned that by only approving something that was $5 million, that meant that the other $5 that has previously been allocated to support the project, and actually it's a lot more than 5 more, was not going to still be there for the project. So I just wanted to make sure I got some comment on the record before we go to public comment about the city's commitment to fully fund and utilize those funds for the community center, the cultural center, the fire station, and the library.
Thank you, Councilmember Rogers. I'm Jason Nutt, Assistant City Manager. For this particular project, it is our commitment to fully fund this project as we've discussed with the community. This particular service that we're trying to hire is something that in other projects city staff is able to and capable to perform. With the size, scope, and complexity of this project, it seemed appropriate to bring in a professional project management and contract management team to perform those services, and even more so since we have staffing concerns within that portion of our organization. We are still committed to finding funds that are currently in the gap component of our fund balance on this project, but these are funds that would always have been spent from the total amount that we've discussed for each component of the project to bring the entire thing to fruition, whether it's the fire station, the library component, the community cultural center component. All of those will be benefited by this particular consulting firm, and all of the funds that and proceeds we've received for the benefit of the project as a whole will ultimately be utilized to help compensate this consultant over the course of the project.
Yeah, so just to be clear, approval of item 12.5 doesn't represent the city stepping back from our commitments. It in fact is a step forward in actually accomplishing and achieving the project.
Approving this actually allows us to proceed quickly and getting this project out in the community and in the ground faster than if we were not to utilize an outside consulting firm.
Great, thank you so much.
Are there any other questions from council members? Councilmember Alvarez?
Yes, thank you. And actually, it's also in regards to 12.5. Seeing that there's a large community interest, I was actually looking to pull the item, but I will ask questions first in hopes that satisfies a lot of the questions that the community does have. And part of that, Councilman Rogers, was definitely that question. Are we going to use the money that was allocated by us to the hub, the library, or the other amenities of the fire station. And I believe what was confusing to the community is that there was 2 allocations of 10 million, which made it even more so complicated. One to the library, one to the hub itself. But beyond that, I believe the questions that I've been receiving from my community are the process that they feel that sometimes, or in this case, the carriage leads the horses. And what I mean by such is that we're seeing a project that is now being bidded in part for construction without the community having an idea of what that project actually looks like. And one of the questions that I'd be asking today is how many buildings are envisioned? What are the size of these buildings? And what does the plan overall look like, including how it relates to the phases of our Colgan Creek, which we just spoke about in one of the other consent items?
Thank you, Councilmember Alvarez. And actually, all of those questions are exactly what stage of the process we're in, is to start to work through developing the baseline plan for this. The work that we've done to date was merely to help the city better understand the term that was used back in the November council meeting when council approved the allocation of $10 million toward a community cultural center. When the city presented it, it was presented at as a community center. What we heard from the public was the term cultural center. And it was staff's impression that we needed to go back into the community to better understand what the term cultural center meant to the community that was most invested in this project. And so we hired Ross Kusenberry, RDC, as a consulting firm to begin work out in the community, and they conducted 6 public meetings in an effort to try to better understand what cultural center and cultural services needed to occur there. It was not an attempt to actually start to create block diagrams or to understand whether it's a 1-story or a 5-story or whatever might it be. It was really to understand what services are most important to this community, so that when we were able to hire a design firm, they had a general understanding rather than us telling them community center, and they start designing something like Finley that might not actually be the appropriate design for the Southwest Santa Rosa community. And so it was hugely important, the work that we did, but it was predominantly for staff's benefit so that we knew how to scope out the contract relating to preliminary design. That's exactly what we did, and council approved that contract for preliminary design last month, and we now have Group 4 is our preliminary design firm. They are itching to get off and running. We've now provided them all of the feedback from Ross Kusenberry, and with this particular contract to Kitchell for project management, construction management, and inspection services, they will be the ones to then lead and orchestrate how all of the communication with the public, with the city, with each of the stakeholders, the library district and others, work effectively to create that long-term vision into a place where hopefully we're able to be fully funded for construction activities and ready to release a request for bid. I hope that answers your question. If there's something else I can elaborate on, I'm happy to.
Is RDC available for questions today?
RDC is not around for questions. That particular contract has concluded.
Very well, and then maybe you can answer the question. In their outsourcing and their meeting with the community, I know that a lot of the questions were surrounding the needs, uses, whether it be sports, and I'll throw out handball just because I'm advocating for a handball court. But one of the questions I think failed or I did not hear is, what did the community want to be constructed first? And I'm wondering if you ever heard the question being asked by RDC.
So we didn't, because that wasn't the key focus, because it's my intention and it's the city's intention and staff's intention to build this at one time. It's to build this entire complex in one effort. Now, we may run into a funding area where we may have to phase a certain component of this. In general, the project was originally scoped to be fire station and library, so those particular components are absolutely going to occur. We have also, because of council's direction, intended to build the community center concurrently with the library as well. And we've worked very closely with the library to ensure that there's a general understanding of what those facilities could look like from the standpoint of your question being one building, two buildings. And we're very comfortable mutually of having a single building if that's the way it needs to work and fit on this particular small piece of property. And so that is the scoping that we're looking at right now. We haven't gone into any of those levels of detail. That's what the consultant group 4 is going to begin doing now that they have a contract that's been approved by council.
You see, and I believe that's where the water becomes a bit murky. You know, as I'm hearing us say that the library will be concurrent with the cultural center, I'm seeing some surprised looks in the audience and some shaking heads. And that's what worries me, is that the transparency and really communication that was set forth by RDC or other entities that have done the outreach, how clear were they with what was available, what was possible? And, you know, the second question is, when we're talking about phasing, what can we truly do for our community when it comes to resources, as we know that there's a shortfall in our capability for the resources, and then looking further ahead, maintaining these amenities, establishments, agencies open for the future use of the community. What really do we have in our pockets to be able to fund, and what can we really afford? Is sometimes the hardest of questions.
So, Councilmember, at this point and at no point during the course of the discussion with RDC did they indicate that there was any challenges in delivering the entire project. And I can tell you with certainty, having been at a majority of those meetings, that I messaged to not just stakeholders but also community stakeholders that there was going to be an intent for the city's community cultural center and library to work jointly and to be commingled. We've talked extensively about the need to be flexible in space. And having recently attended a stakeholder meeting of the library district looking at their component of the facility, it was very clearly understood by members that attended that meeting, as well as members of the district themselves. So I understand that there may be some confusion, but it's not because RDC mismessaged, and it's not because I provided any equivocation of our long-term goal of building this all at one time.
And to clarify, and I'm sorry if it came across as someone had said, no, but I think the wants of the community are so strong that they're envisioning in their head, you know, I want to create paradise. You know, if that's 100 buildings, that's what I wish I could see. But I'm sure that it's the wants of the community coming forth. So if that was misconstrued in my statement, I please pardon that. In regards to envisioning the maintenance of this project, and I guess this would be a question more for our city manager, or with the obstacles and the challenges that we currently face in the city of Santa Rosa with funding the different projects, do you foresee any issues with the staffing, the resources? You that have a better picture of the overall needs, financial needs of the city of Santa Rosa.
Councilman Alvarez, that's actually a very good question, because at this current time, when we talk about the community center, we have not fully built out the funding model for staffing. So that's something we would have to bring back to council, and that's something that I would have to work with our CFO on. When we talk about infrastructure, I think we've had the infrastructure conversation. We were going to continue to have the infrastructure conversation, and we'll discuss more of that in goal setting session. But we've not done a good job as an organization on fully funding our infrastructure and our buildings. So we really need to have a true conversation about what does it look like to fund this, fund the community center, and actually fund the maintenance and operations as we continue to build out these programs.
And if I could elaborate a little bit on your statement on what the conversation would entail, and when do we envision being able to bring back such a conversation?
So some of that conversation will happen in goal setting session. I believe Assistant City Manager Nutt has provided some preliminary numbers for the recreation site, but because we've not actually built it out, we need to determine what the site is going to look like. Is it going to be a joint site, what the rooms are going to look like, what the programming is going to be. Until I actually have that information, I cannot give you a final number.
I appreciate that. Now, going back to the part of the phases that we want to complete all the different uses, while acknowledging that we don't have the full funding, and yet we're saying that we're going to produce this project in phases. And I believe that is part of the contract that we're presenting forward, our phases or the ability to produce phases. If you could describe a little bit what that would look like once we hit a point where we don't have the funds, yet we've made the commitment to the community that we are going to build it.
So, Council Member, we're going to answer this in two different pieces because there's two different concepts of phasing here. I'm going to talk about the project, then I'm going to hand over to Jill, and she can talk about what phasing in the contract looks like, which actually doesn't necessarily relate to the project delivery itself. So, from a project perspective, as I look at the balance sheet that we know today, and we're going to clarify this, that's part of what the job Kitchell will be supporting us with, as well as Group 4, as they begin to really work through the block diagramming and the preliminary design. We're currently nearly fully funded when we come to the fire station, the library, and the cultural center. Those particular portions of the project, including the roadway, those particular portions we're good. We're in a great spot. Can we do better? Absolutely, because we still have additional fundraising efforts that are ongoing right now to try to make sure that we're going to cover those costs. The particular area that we see we're running short on is the pool concept. I am committed to seeing that be designed, because if it ends up having to be phased for a later construction date, it needs to be able to fit on the property, and there needs to be a vision toward it so that we're not trying to shoehorn it at a later date. So when we say phasing, that's the potential that we're at right now. We haven't talked in detail about that because we still have hope of having full funding. There are still opportunities out there for us to see that additional money come in to try to make the entire complex a full reality before we actually break ground. And so that's why I'm not giving up on saying it, but there is a reality, and I appreciate your thoughts, that if we were to phase a piece right now, it's the pool concept, which is the second phase. But the rest of it, that primary bulk of activity center, is going to be in place and will be constructed as a part of this project.
And I do appreciate the tenacity and really going out there and trying to figure out where we can get the funding. And for me, it goes beyond the concerns. It's actually a fear. I've seen it happen at Albertsons, where 15 years later we're seeing an empty lot that simply has blocks of concrete with Andy Lopez's picture that adorns it, and nothing's happened since. And that's a lesson that I, as a person from Roseland, saw happen within the county, and I would hate to see history repeat itself. And which brings me to the question of having the comfort that we do have the funds to move forward with the project, yet we don't know how much the project is going to cost, since we don't know the size and scope of the project. So how do we actually know that we do have enough funds for it?
So, Councilmember, great question. So we did, when we brought this forward back in November of 2021, we did provide some generalized information. 10,000 square foot fire station, a 20,000 square foot community cultural center, 20,000 square foot aquatic center, and a 20,000 square foat library. Those are the pieces we knew. During the course of the time since then to now, we actually utilized another consulting firm, Jones Lang LaSalle, and they are professionals in the field associated with real estate, and they provided us with square foot information that they saw was current in the market. And so from a general and back of the envelope perspective, we use their professional information, we use the square footage detail that we provided the council early on, and we created a framework for a budget spreadsheet, which ultimately comes into something akin to a $70 million total construction. As we've been looking at our total revenue that we've seen coming in, the generous support from our state, from our partners, from our granting agencies, we're looking at around $47 million of actual money in hand. So again, there's a reality that exists there. We've done the work to try to at least have that back of the envelope so that we knew that when we were out in the public talking about this, that we weren't trying, that we could be real. We could be serious about what we thought was real. And so that's the work we've done. We haven't published this yet because it's very, very preliminary. The two groups that are coming on, the group that we've already hired, Group 4 and Kitchell, they will take this and create it into a professional document that will ultimately be published, and it will be public so that everybody gets to see what it is we're going, where our shortfall is, and what it is we're intending to build in more than my quick spreadsheet.
No, and I appreciate it. In the pursuit of transparency, this is the largest project that I know of that the city of Santa Rosa has ever made in Roseland. So I believe we're all taking it that seriously, and I appreciate the commitment. Well, exploring the bid planet site, or the planet bid, I did notice a discrepancy in the numbers. Joe, I don't know if you were able to clarify the numbers that were found on the website.
Yes. So unfortunately, on the Planet Bids website, when you go on there and you're not a city employee receiving the bids and having a password, if you just look at the general public, it's not going to show all of the information, because what the contractors are putting in is actually not public information until it's received and we're here at council, and then it's public information. So what you saw in there were some people put in, some contractors put in their full cost amount. Some contractors just put in $1 because they just wanted to get through that site and be able to enter their bid. In their bid, in the full bid that was received by the city and looked at by the full panel that reviewed it, there was a full cost breakdown of all of that information. So I can tell you right now that we received bids starting at 1.6 million and going all the way to 6.3 million. And in those bids, what we found was, and what the panel found, going through all of them, is that the ones that were really on the low end didn't meet the full scope of services that the city required for this project. So the city's very clear, and in the RFP we were very clear about the scope of services. We need a full suite of technical advisory services, project management services, construction management, and inspection management. And the ones that were really on the low end did not meet those requirements, or weren't able to get that scope. So what the panel and staff was looking for was a full service where they brought everything up front, so that we're not coming back to council and saying, oh, well, they can't do this and we need more money. Oh, this wasn't in the scope, we need more money. We wanted all of that up front, and that's what we feel we got with Kitchell.
Well, appreciate it. And thank you for entertaining my questions. From the amount of interest that I've seen from my community, I feel much more comfortable with the 12.5 that I did coming into the room. I do want to pull it just out of respect to the community, should they provide additional information during the public speaking for my fellow colleagues. So with that being said, I do wish to pull 12.5 from the consent calendar.
Thank you.
Thank you both for your help.
Are there any additional questions with the consent calendar? Okay, and Councilmember Rogers, was your question? Okay. So seeing none, we will continue to public comment. Madam City Clerk.
We are now taking public comment on item 12. If you wish to make a comment in person and have not provided your name to the administrator at the top of the chamber, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you are dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You will have 3 minutes for your comment, and a countdown timer will alert at the conclusion of that period. I am seeing no comments in the chambers. Zoom hosts, do we have any Zoom comments?
We have no hands raised. We do have comments on 12.5 in particular. I think all of our pre-recorded comments are for that one. Would we like those now?
No, let's go ahead and hold those comments. Vice Mayor McDonald, can you please put a motion on the table?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move items 12.1 through 12.4 and item 12.6.
Second.
Madam City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
Councilmember Stapp?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor McDonald.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
Vice Mayor McDonald, can you please put a motion on the table so council can have discussion?
I'd like to move item 12.5.
Second. Is there any additional discussion from council on this item? Yes, Councilmember Alvarez.
It'll be brief, and it had to do with the phases. We spoke about the phases on from the construction aspect of it, contractual aspect of it. But if we do approve this contract today, and we find at the part of the master plan that we like everything that they've done, are we able to bid out what work they've done so far, or we must stay with the current company once that bid is awarded?
Councilmember, let me see if I understand the question. So the question is once we get through this preliminary design phase, are we committed then at that point to moving forward with the design?
That is my question.
And there's always an opportunity for us to change direction if we feel it's appropriate. At the end of the preliminary design phase, we'll be at about 20% design, which is enough to go out to a design build contract. That's the staging that we have aligned within the scope of services for Kitchell. They will help us create that planned movement into construction. But the Group 4 is just doing that up to 20% design. Kitchell will be on from the day we approve, if approved, to the day we cut the ribbon and get final insurance or final compliance from the contractor itself, because they're performing all of those services. Now, what I'd like to do is have Jill talk very briefly about why we have a not to exceed number in the contract and what phasing in the contract means, because that may help answer some of your questions as well.
And Jill, before you answer that question, are there any fees associated, any penalties, should we decide to go in a different direction at that 20%?
I'm not sure there are any fees or penalties, but I will tell you quite a bit of the funding that we have has time restrictions and deadlines. So the ARPA money, for example, we have to have an expenditure plan and begin spending by June of 2024 and fully spent by June of 2026. The monies we received from Senator McGuire and Senator Levine, they have a delivery or expenditure date of January 2025. All of those have those are fairly tight for a project of this size. I don't see it being an area of concern unless we have delay. And so that's where I would say there's no penalty. We just may lose the funding for that, for these projects.
And thank you for clarifying that. Thank you.
So phasing in the contract, and I'm going to briefly talk about this, and Sue may want to weigh in on this as well, but we set up the contract in phases. The scope of services is for the first 90 days, and then it'll be task 1, and then task 2 and 3 are phases 2 and 3. Those phases are the phases of the actual contract, the professional services agreement that is before you today, not to be confused with phases of the actual project. So I think that's where some of the community was having some concern. So those are completely two separate things. It is tied to the project, though, and to phases of the project in the manner that the first 90 days, Kitchell will come in and they are going to help us with Group 4, really define the project scope, what we're trying to do, and how we're trying to move it forward. After that 90 days, we'll have a clearer picture to be able to bring to council of where we're going from there. Then there'll be phase 1 now, or phase 2. Phase 2 and 3 of the contract, up to the 5.8 million. So the cap is if we build out the whole contract at one time. So we're building out every element of the project at one time. It could be up to that amount, although we hope we don't reach that amount, but that's a cap. If we, for instance, decided to phase out the aquatic center to a later date, we're looking for funding, we have a funding issue, we don't want to hold up the rest of the contract, This contract, Kitchell's contract, may only be phase 1 and phase 2 of this contract. So obviously it would be less than the 5.8 million. Does that answer your question?
It does. And I know one of the concerns from the community is, Eddie, we don't want to end up with the fire station with the bookshelf in the back. You know, so it's definitely one of the things that we must be cautious of. And that is why I truly appreciate the amount of diligence that has been applied to, again, the most important investment into Roseland. So I thank you both for elaborating on the different aspects of the contract.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, and Councilmember, just one other piece, just because I'm sort of hearing it, is from a community input perspective, we've only just begun, right? Both Group 4 and Kitchell were selected predominantly because of their skill in working with the community to deliver a project that the community is looking for. So this is not going to be a program that's going to exist simply on the desks of the staff or on the desks of Kitchell. It will be a program that's going to exist in the community, and the community is going to be helping us shape the entire project along the way, as they've already started doing by giving us the input on what types of services they're interested in.
All right, I just had a few questions. Is it our intention to continue to have the discussion with the community stakeholders about where we're at in the process?
Absolutely, and once we have our project manager seated, they're able to work with Group 4 to begin outlining specific timelines to meet with the community members, what the different milestones are, at what point do we need certain components of input. Again, the work that RDC provided us was fantastic. It gave us great insight into the community's interests. When we actually start to put blocks together, when we start to program space, we're going to want to understand, did we hear you properly? We're going to want to understand, did we put these pieces together in a way that makes sense for the community that's involved? And so that's where there's going to be many touches out in the public in order to make sure that we heard everything properly.
So to clarify, what I hear you saying is that we will provide examples and things that the community can tweak to their liking and their needs as we go along with the process. So they will not see what the final project is, but their voices will continually be incorporated as we go along.
And my hope is that vision is created as the discussion goes. And so that, when a community member is asking for handball courts and Group 4 is starting to determine how a handball court will fit into the complex, that it's the vision that collectively between the two, the community group and the designer, to get a final product that they can put in front of everyone to say, is this right?
What I'm envisioning, or what I'm thinking about honestly, is the parks, how we have a lot of discussion and we have different, you can go with A at the end, you can go with A or B or C, right? And so I think that we need to have that same conversations with the stakeholders when this is concerned, so they know that they do have options, right? Because you can incorporate everything that someone wants, but the aesthetics of it, the way it looks, the way it, maybe it's just the shape of it, but it can change something and it could not be exactly what they want, although it incorporated what they wanted, just not the design. That makes sense. Perfect. All right. So then, since this item was pulled, can we please go to public comment?
We are now taking public comments on item 12.5. If you wish to make a comment in person and have not provided your name to the administrator at the top of the chamber, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you are dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You will have 3 minutes for your comment, and a countdown timer will alert at the conclusion of that period. I'm seeing no one in council chambers. Zoom host, we do have someone on Zoom.
Yes, we do. Manny, I'm going to enable your permissions Just one moment. Manny, we've been asked you to unmute. Please go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you. Sí. Hola, buenas tardes. Voy a hablar en español. Mi nombre es Emanuel Morales y voy a vocalizar las preocupaciones de parte de nuestra comunidad y de las diversas comunidades del suroeste de Santa Rosa. Aún no han producido el reporte de la primera fase que ocurrió durante la segunda mitad del año pasado y necesitamos saber el diseño y el tamaño del proyecto. No queremos delatar este proceso, queremos que el proyecto se realice lo más pronto posible y queremos que el uso de los fondos de ARPA que originalmente se otorgaron para la construcción del centro comunitario se repongan y que la ciudad se comprometa a reponer el dinero y buscar fondos adicionales para cumplir este proyecto. Sabemos que la biblioteca actualmente tiene contribuciones y fondos y al igual la tendrá la estación de bomberos, pero existe un déficit de fondos para el centro multicultural. Les pedimos que no nos dejen en la oscuridad sobre el proceso, el diseño o participación de la comunidad. También nos gustaría ver personalmente me gustaría ver canchas de futsal o de pasto artificial. Y este es mi comentario propio. Pero con eso también quiero terminar mi tiempo. Gracias.
Thank you. Could I please have the interpreter who is not currently interpreting, please raise their hand so we can move you to the English side.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Manuel Morales, and I'm here to speak on behalf of our community in the Southeast region, excuse interpreter, Southwest region of our community. And honestly, I want to know where that report is that was done at the beginning of last year, which we have not seen yet in regards to phase one about this project. I hope that this project doesn't encounter any more delays. Let's not delay it any longer. We want that the funds, the ARPA funds that were originally allocated for this project be replaced if they are going to be taken. You know, as a community, we really want this project to take hold and take off. We know that the library has support, the fire station has the support that they need, but we feel like the multicultural center is lacking. I want us to not be left in the dark in regards to this project. Personally, I think we should have artificial turf fields. That's just a personal note. But again, we don't want to be kept in the dark about this project, and that's all for now. I secede the rest of my time.
Are there any pre-recorded comments?
Yes, we have pre-recorded comments, and Pablo is here with us now for those that are in Spanish as well.
Hello, my name is Renee Salcedo, and I am calling regarding item 12.5. I'm calling to respectfully urge you to prioritize the creation of a multicultural community center as part of the Hearn Community Hub. I work with Almas Libres, a project of Raíces Collective based in Santa Rosa, which was established in June 2015 to empower and engage the community through the arts, culture, environmental education, leadership development, and community organizing. We support artists of color to work with youth and marginalized communities to instill cultural pride and civic participation. Raíces Collective and Almas Libres, my project, is part of the United Community for a Multicultural Community Center. We hope to house our cultural and community events and activities in the new Multicultural Center. We are happy that the city is moving forward with the rapid development of the Hearn Community Hub with the mass project contract. However, we are concerned that your staff report says that the funding for this contract of over $5 million is coming from the ARPA allocation to the Community Cultural Center. Moreover, we worry that the creation of the Multicultural Center will not be prioritized as the library and fire station have been. Therefore, we are asking that the city at this time make the strongest commitment to find additional sources to replace and increase the funding for the Multicultural Center on Hearn. Further, we request a copy of the report compiled during the community input process and also request to join the project process with the other two project components, library and firehouse, as equal partners and supporters. Our group is available to work with you in any way to see the opening of this multicultural center at the Hearn Hub. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Ophelia, and I'm calling regarding agenda item 12.5.
Madam Mayor, I apologize. Is there a way to get it turned up?
County.
It looks, City Clerk attempted to get it turned up, and it is just the way that it's coming through. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ophelia, and I'm calling regarding agenda item 12.5. As a member of the Sonoma County, I believe that the money should be used directly for the Multicultural Community Center and not for something else. Our students, our community have been waiting for a while, so it's time to use the money appropriately, which is to create the Multicultural Community Center. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Marisol Ángeles y me dirijo más que nada al concilio de la ciudad aquí en Santa Rosa, que están planeando aprobar sobre el uso de dinero. Entonces, me gustaría que se respetara y que no tomaran ese dinero, o que si lo tomaran, que se repusiera, porque está planeado para la nueva biblioteca. Sabemos que no tenemos biblioteca y ocupamos una biblioteca y un centro comunitario. Entonces queremos que si se toma ese dinero sería como quitarle algo a la comunidad. Entonces considero que no lo deben de tomar, o si lo toman, que lo repongan. Eso es todo. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Marisol Angeles, and I want to direct my comment to the Santa Rosa City Council. I know you guys are looking to approve the use of the monies, and so I want that to be taken with respect and that the money not be used for anything else. If it does get taken, replace it, because it is planned to be used for a new library. And we know we don't have a library here, and we definitely need a library and a community center. So that if the money is taken, it would be like taking something away from the community. And I would like you to consider not take the funds. And if it is taken, replace it. That is all. Thank you.
Hola, mi nombre es Concepción Domínguez Galván y yo llamo sobre el meeting que va a haber mañana para lo de la biblioteca, y yo quisiera saber y que pongan todo el dinero que está para la librería, y porque queremos esa librería en el área de Morland, en la Hearn para toda la comunidad. Y necesito saber que todo esté bien y el dinero que se pidió para la librería sea para eso, para el club comunitario, y que haya clases de arte y todo. Y quiero que se aseguren de que no agarren dinero prestado de un lado para otro, y queremos nuestra librería y nuestra biblioteca en el área de la Hearn. Mi número de teléfono es 707-481-2135. Gracias. Espero que todo esté bien como hemos planeado nuestra librería, nuestra biblioteca para toda la comunidad. Muchas gracias. Atentamente, Concha.
Hello, my name is Concepcion Dominguez Jordan, and I'm calling in regards to the meeting that's going to be held tomorrow in regards to the library. And I want to know and make sure that all the monies that have been set aside for the library are used for the library, because that is what we want in this area of Moreland and Hearn. We want this community project to take hold. We want to make sure that everything works out and that all the monies that have been set aside for the library are used for that and the community hub. And we want to have art classes and all those kinds of things. I want to make sure that we're not borrowing money from other places. If we do that, we want to make sure that we replace it. We want a library here in Hearn. So thank you. My phone number, 707-481-2135. Thank you. I do hope that everything works out as planned with a library here for our community, which we need. Attentively, Concha.
Thank you, Pablo. We do have another hand raised in Zoom. Oh. Isabel, give me one moment. Isabel, I've enabled your permission to speak. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Hello, council members. I'm Isabel Lopez, the Executive Director of Raices Collective. We are based in Santa Rosa. We were established to empower and engage community through the arts, culture, and environmental education. And we are happy that the city is moving forward with the rapid development of the Hearn Community Hub with the mass project contract. However, we are very concerned that your staff report says that the funding for this contract of over $5 million is coming from the ARPA allocation to the Community Cultural Center. We do worry that the creation of the Multicultural Center will not be prioritized as the library and fire station have been. So we are asking that the city at this time make the strongest commitment to find additional sources to replace and increase the funding for the Multicultural Center. We do request that a copy of the report compiled during the community input process and requests to join the project process with the other two project components as equal partners and supporters. So yeah, I'd like to echo the concern from our community members in regards to the Multicultural Center. We do want it prioritized, and hopefully that money, that $5 million plus coming from the ARPA will be replaced. Thank you.
Zoom host, are there any additional comments?
We have no more hands raised and no more pre-recorded comments for this item.
Thank you very much. Bringing it back to council. I just had a quick clarification based on the public comments that we received. The library, fire station, and multicultural center, are close to being fully funded. When we look at phases, more so we're talking about the aquatic center, which is not fully funded. Am I right in that?
Yes, that's
assumption?
correct.
Perfect. And then also, just for me, and the way that I had to look at it is when we give grants to people or organizations, there is a part of that grant that goes to administrative, because without the administrative and then putting the program together, then we won't have the programming that we have in the community. So that is the way that I am looking at this, and I hope I'm looking at it correctly.
It's similar. When we develop a project, there are hard costs relating to the construction activity, and then there's soft costs relating to all of the administrative aspects, whether it's design, construction management, project management, or support services. And so that is all incorporated into our proposal, and that's what all of the funds that have been identified for this project are going toward, is the full amount, which includes hard and soft costs.
And if we had staff that work within the city of Santa Rosa, these costs may be less, but because we do not have the staff or the staffing to handle this type of project, or how large it is, or I don't know exactly what we don't have, then we have to go out and get a contract.
I would say if we had the appropriate staff in this contract are competitive, we would likely have kept the project management component in-house, whereas the construction management is something we typically contract services just for their expertise and the ability to be on the project all of the time. But yes, when we have seasoned professional staff in-house, we are very competitive with the outside consulting firms.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any additional questions or comments from council? Looking at council member Stapp, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a point of clarification, on most projects that are about $20 million, do we usually have a construction management company managing that? And is this just part of what we do as far as construction management? Oh, did you say Stapp? I can't hear. Sorry, guys. So sorry. I'm just going to jump right in and just count on it as my hearing. I apologize for that, Councilmember Stapp. So since I asked my question, is it okay?
Go for it, Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so larger projects, we're almost always using a construction management firm to come in and run that particular aspect. So that piece is not unusual. The different part is really the project management side of this, and that's where our limited staffing or our reduced staffing at the moment does pose some issues, and why professional services is really the value and the benefit for us right now.
Thank you, and I apologize. Sorry about that, Mark.
All right, Councilmember Stapp, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to come back to your point, actually, Madam Mayor, regarding the building up of city capability to handle projects like this. I think it's worth a shout out to city management for finding a way to get staff involved with at least looking over the shoulder of the consultant, so that in the years to come, God willing, if we have funding available, that we can bring some of these capabilities back in-house. But at least now we're preserving some of the expertise in our current city staff. Thank you for that foresight.
Are there any additional questions or comments coming from the council? All right. Before I ask Vice Mayor to put a motion, I would like to thank you, both of you and your staff, really for the care you've taken for this project to make sure that we actually see a fire station and a library and a community center. Roseland needs it and deserves it, and so does the rest of Southwest Santa Rosa. So thank you for trying to make us whole. And with that, Vice Mayor McDonald, if you can put a motion on the table.
Just for clarification, I believe there's already been a motion and a second on this one. We did it in the beginning.
Oh, sorry, that was a long time ago.
Well, I couldn't hear earlier, so
all right.
We're both forgiven.
Madam City Manager?
I do believe I hear some concerns from some of our council members, and I want to make certain that I'm working with each of you and also staff to understand the cadence and the medium of updates that you would like concerning this project. So I would like to work with each of you to understand how you would like updates and how often you would like to see those updates so you can make certain that we're moving this forward.
Thank you for that acknowledgement. It makes it a lot easier when we're out in the public and we're asked questions to answer those questions with factual information. So thank you for that. And Councilmember Alvarez?
No, my time's passed to have asked the questions. I refrain.
Thank you. May we please call the vote?
Councilmember Stapp?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor McDonald?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
The motion passes with 7 ayes.
Thank you both. We'll be moving on to item 13, which is our public comment on non-agenda items.
You will have 3 minutes for your comment, and a countdown timer will alert at the conclusion of that period. We will take 12 speakers under item 13. If we have more than 12 public comments on item 13, the remaining speakers will be afforded an opportunity to speak on item 17 non-agenda matters to provide public comment. First, we'll have Erica, followed by Lonzo.
Good evening, Council. Can you guys hear me? We're good? I'm Erica Bosky. I'm calling to speak. I live in the Edgewood neighborhood, Jackson Drive and Montgomery Drive, and we had the privilege of having Vice Mayor McDonald take a walking tour of our neighborhood, and some of our neighbors are here this evening to discuss the need for a crosswalk. Montgomery Drive, I all know if you live in Bennett and Rankin Valley, occasionally you don't want to take Highway 12 because there's more stoplights. And we are noticing in our neighborhood now that we have more children. There's about 25 children under the age of 13 living in our neighborhood, and a little over 30 to 40 people over the age of 65 living in our neighborhood. And so now crossing Montgomery Drive from Jackson is becoming more and more dangerous with the 40-mile-an-hour speed limit that exists on Montgomery Drive. Can appreciate people trying to beat some of the Highway 12 traffic, but it's definitely increasing. We live on the corner of 405 Jackson Drive right there with blue house, orange doors. Feel free to stop by anytime if you guys are heading up for a hike. And we have witnessed 6 car accidents while we've been home, predominantly on the weekends, Friday, Saturday, Sunday nights. 2 have been people making right-hand turns into Jackson Drive, and then the other 4 have been people making left-hand turns, not being able to see what's going on. So it's just been a real mess, and we want to draw attention, making sure that hopefully no one is hit. And we figured a crosswalk is a good place to start in getting people to slow down on our neighborhood street. Lastly, we also know that we don't have a whole lot of sidewalks over there as well, so we know that there is maybe some complexity with the crosswalk situation, and our neighborhood is very interested in engaging in conversations on how we can make that possible. Lastly, as a person who works in education and now being a parent of 4 kids who live in that house, we are trying to figure out safe routes to school. So we also know that's another conversation in terms of crosswalks and sidewalks and even potentially additional stop signs there. So I hope you guys are doing okay. It's been a busy night. We really appreciate you all, and thanks so much for your time.
Lonzo will be followed by Tom and then Tyler.
Good evening, Council. I just want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this. My name is Lonzo Arterberry. I am a football player at Cardinal Newman, and I just want to speak on how I and many of my teammates have been subject to racism at my school. A couple of my teammates, we all kind of gathered up and we were kind of talked about the racist things that have been going on, and we decided that it was time to speak up. But a couple of my peers feared of being kicked off the team, which I have been kicked off the team and removed from all team activities for speaking up and taking the bullet for my teammates. But I do not regret taking the bullet at all, because I feel like this is a matter that should be spoken up about, because it is a very serious matter. And we brought it up to administration. Administration is well known of this, and they have done nothing but just sweep this under the carpet. Just like Mayor Rogers talked about, things have just been swept under the carpet. And I and my family feel like that is unacceptable, and that's why I feel like I want to make my voice clear. Reading Mayor Rogers' thing in the press made me just want to drive even harder, because she gave me the influence of getting my voice out there. And I really felt that I related to Mayor Rogers' comments of how she was painted as an angry black woman just for her passionate personality. And I feel like we can relate, because I am a very passionate and young man, and I try to address that in these meetings and everything with my situation, and I just get turned down, and I was even described as an angry bull in the meetings. And I just feel I can't be silenced no more. I just feel like ever since Mayor Rogers spoke up, that just gave me a beam of light that I can speak up. If someone else can do it, I feel like I can do it as well. Her voice has obviously been heard around the county, amongst many of us in here, and I feel like, why can't mine be heard? I just feel like, I'm not gonna be silenced. I'm gonna just keep fighting for this, whether I'm off the team or not, whether I'm a student there, whether I get disenrolled or not. I will continue to keep fighting until I get what is right, and many of my teammates. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy, can we help so we can utilize both of the podiums? So when you hear your name, you can go to either of the podiums in the order that you are called, and then when the person before you is done, then we can just go to the next person. We don't have to use the same podium. Thank you.
Yes, so Tom will be up next, and then Tyler.
So Tom's going to go to this one, if Tyler can go to that one. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I think you know my name by now, but I'm Tom LaPena, and I'm president of the Santa Rosa Manufactured Homeowners Association. We've got 5 parks, as you know, that got left out of the rent control ordinance, the revised rent control ordinance. Those parks are Coddington, the Country, and then in Councilman Alvarez's district, we've got Roseland, Wayside Gardens, and Carriage Court. What I want to do is not blame anyone or any department today. That's past. What I want to do is come to you with a solution. We've got almost $900,000 sitting in a mediation fund. And if you do some basic math, you've got 487 homes that were now receiving a 5.7% increase instead of 3.99. If you gave each of those homes $180, it'd be less than $100,000 to take out of the fund, and you could help them for this year. Then what you'd have to do is commit to resetting the base rent of those homes, because they got a 5.7% increase this year. You'd have to set that rent at the 3.9, have them all included in the rent control ordinance, and whatever next year's increase would be per the CPI, the 70%, it would equalize. They'd all be under the same thing, whether it's 3.99 next year or 3.5%. So if you invest $100,000 to cover those people this year, the difference between 5.7 and 3.99 is 1.71% difference. Play around with the math, do it. I've done it. Please help my membership. Help all of those people in Eddie Alvarez's district. His community's hit hard. Thank you.
Members of council, is this on? All right. Like my neighbor Erica, I'm also from the Edgewood Farms district or neighborhood. My partner and I live across the street from Erica. We live at the corner of Jackson and Montgomery with our 2 little boys, not quite as many as their 4. But without a car, it's like living on an island. And I'm here also to ask y'all to build us a crosswalk. Sermentine Bakery, Mountain Mike's, Cialta Lindo, Fruta Ice Cream, Walgreens, and so much more of the city is less than half a mile from our neighborhood if you are brave enough to cross Montgomery and Jackson. That's why I'm here to ask you for a crosswalk. At this intersection, cars are speeding by upwards of 40 miles an hour. As cars head towards Spring Lake, they accelerate past our neighborhood. And like Erica and her husband Ryan, I've also seen a number of accidents that haven't quite shown up in our traffic statistics yet. Our seniors and our children cannot get to the rest of Santa Rosa without a crosswalk. Those of us that are brave enough to cross the street are risking quite a lot. For many of our community, they're just not brave enough to risk crossing the street, and they won't show up in some of our traffic statistics. We support both the city and county Vision Zero initiatives. However noble, their goals may be, we do not want to wait for someone to get hit trying to cross the street, and that's why we want you to build us a crosswalk. I sympathize with many of the demands placed on our council members and the traffic division. All of us want Santa Rosa to be better. However, I strongly believe that helping link the Edgewood Farms neighborhood to the rest of the city through a crosswalk will be able to accomplish multiple of our already stated goals. Keeping our citizens active, helping grow Santa Rosa sustainably, and improving traffic safety across the city. Over 60 of our neighbors have already signed a petition in the last couple of weeks to beg the city to build a crosswalk to make it safer for us to connect, whether by foot or whether by 2 wheels, to the rest of Santa Rosa. And I'm here to ask the same. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I would just like to say that I'm proud to have endorsed the first Black mayor of Santa Rosa, and really proud to be here tonight. I also was hoping that the council and also the people who are present would had read this article from the Sonoma County Gazette that my friend Sarah wrote, and I'd like to read some of it for you right now. I enjoyed the February editorial theme of "We love our pets" in the Sonoma County Gazette. Those of us who have animal companions in our lives know firsthand the love, joy, and deep bond that is shared with our non-human family members. The stories were heartwarming and inspirational, and a way to share with the community the importance of love and compassion towards all beings. There were also a few articles in the edition about poultry farming and its long history in Sonoma County. This raised some questions for me about how we reconcile our love for animals with the reality that most of our meat, eggs, and dairy come from CAFOs, or concentrated animal feeding operations, aka factory farms, which are in stark contrast of the idea of love and compassion for all. I wonder why we differentiate between a chicken that is a pet and a chicken that is in a factory farm. They are both equally capable of feeling love, joy, sorrow, and pain. Is it that one has been reduced to poultry, a commodity, and one that has, rather than one that is a living, breathing, sentient being? What I do know is that somehow as a society, we have accepted that subjecting a chicken or a duck or a cow or a pig to a life of misery is justifiable if we plan to eat them. The reality is that birds on factory farms are deprived of every basic need and instinct besides food and water. Even that may be out of reach if they become sick or injured without being noticed. Birds that die prematurely usually die slow, agonizing deaths. Many starve or are cannibalized due to overcrowding and stress. This has all been documented. The industry's loss, premature death, is around 20 to 30%. It is more profitable for that many animals to suffer and die than it is for them to receive adequate veterinary care. I find it abominable that factory farms are denied, that animals in factory farms are denied access to the outdoors. Nothing about this is natural or humane, despite what these companies promise on their websites and labels. And as I speak, 4 animal rights activists are facing trial here in Sonoma County for investigating and exposing the reality that is inside Sunrise Farms, which is in Petaluma, and Right Heart Duck Farm, which is also in Petaluma. The activists repeatedly reported violations, but the authorities here in Sonoma County did nothing. We cannot claim to love animals, but then only love the ones we keep for pets and forsake the ones whose flesh and eggs we consume. We've been tricked into believing that this hypocrisy is a necessary evil and that all the money in the world will make it okay. And make no mistake, factory farming is about money, not nutrition. I would just like to encourage the City Council to consider passing a resolution supporting the right to rescue and the 4 activists that have been charged with felonies here. Thank you.
Next will be Bob, followed by Eric, and then Elias.
Not as tall as I used to be. My name is Bob Harder, 9327 Lakewood Drive, Windsor. I'm here to talk about rental housing. I realized when I was here last time, I have not met most of you, and I wanted to give you a quick background. I'm a licensed civil engineer and general engineering contractor. I have worked with and for the city of Santa Rosa for over 40 years, including as the deputy director of capital improvements and engineering for the water department, Santa Rosa Water. Over those 40 years, I've been appointed by your colleagues, city managers, to work on a wide range of issues, task force and committees, ranging from buildings, permit streamlining, to land use, zoning, and the development of general plans and housing elements. With regard to the housing element that you just discussed recently, I've seen the housing elements change through these years from what I would say is predominantly single-family homes to, as we saw 2 weeks ago, about a 50-50 split between single-family and rentals. As houses prices go up, people can't afford them, they have to take a rental. As you know, rental housing is hard to build in Santa Rosa. I've looked at the current situation of rules and regs and fees compared to what has occurred from the past, and I've come up with 5 things I want to share with the council to consider as a way to right the boat and make rental housing affordable once again. 1, don't give it away, just say no. 2, flip the economics. Affordable rental units can be very profitable. 3, don't be fooled by medium and high density black holes. Adjust your plans. 4, get real with rental impact fees. They are unjustifiably high, and you need to know why. 5, ask those who know. Building affordable rentals is not rocket science. I've elaborated on each of these in a 1-page handout, which I'll leave for you. I hope you find it helpful. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council of Santa Rosa. My name is Eric Allen. I work at Santa Rosa Behavioral Healthcare Hospital, and am a future homeowner here as well. I'd like to read a letter that I wrote to the Vice Mayor of Petaluma. Dear Vice Mayor Brian Barnacle, my name is Eric Allen, a resident of Petaluma since 2018. As a constituent, I was hoping to engage in a discussion about an issue that is very important to me, and I believe it is in line with your values. I have friends facing felonies for exposing horrific conditions and for rescuing sick, injured, and dying animals inside factory farms. These rescues and investigations that led up to them took place here in Petaluma in 2018 and 2019. Preliminary trials recently wrapped up, and the folks who rescued and provided veterinary care to these neglected animals are facing years in prison for acts of kindness and compassion. Berkeley, San Francisco, and the SF Democratic County Central Committee have condemned these prosecutions and put forward resolutions in the support of the right to rescue. What needs to be done to introduce a similar resolution here in Petaluma, and how can I be of assistance in achieving this? I'm also asking Madam Mayor Natalie Rogers and the City Council of Santa Rosa to also consider a resolution in support of nonviolent activists facing prosecution here in Sonoma County. I have provided the resolutions from Berkeley and San Francisco to provide an example of what I hope to achieve, not just for the activists, but for the tens of thousands of farm animals that are here in Sonoma County. Thank you for your time.
It's cool to begin. I don't see the lady over here. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so hey, everybody. My name is Elias Hinney. I'm a member of the Sonoma County Black Coalition. And just wanted to say, Mayor Natalie Rogers, we love you, and we are so proud of you. We are so proud of you for your tireless effort, and also to, the other Black representatives for your representation and tireless advocacy for our community. This proclamation is a really big deal because being recognized, although may be symbolic, it is important for us to fulfill our mission and let our younger community members and older communities know that we are here, we're not going anywhere, and we believe this is our mission for the reason we were put on this earth, to help our community. Thank you, Mayor Rogers, for your courage, for you taking these punches, sometimes punches you didn't even ask for and get misquoted by the press, but are stepping up to the plate for what's right. We just heard today from a young individual that you're motivating, so whatever you're doing great at it, and you're having people feel energized by what you're doing, and keep up with it. Just know the community, the Sonoma County Black Coalition, other members, we have your back always, and whenever you need us, we'll be here for you. For the individuals that may think that her comments are exaggerated or uncalled for, that's your clue that you may be harboring anti-Blackness. And for folks living in Sonoma County, we are notorious for harboring these sentiments in our schools and offices, which make it unbearable for individuals, which results in our high turnover rate for high-level Black officials. Please listen to your colleague and do better. And for the folks that heard this young man's story, just gotta give it up to you, bro. That's very courageous for you stepping up and speaking on what's happening to you and your other brothers on the team. And for you to get kicked out for that, that's so wrong. But you stepping up, it's cool. You got a great family that got your back, and they love you because they know what you're doing is right. So don't stop. And I call on you all representatives. We all know where Carl Newman's at. We're all local. So I really hope that you all contact the school and ask questions about what this young man's situation is, and just make sure that what's occurred, and see if there's anything that could be rectified, because it's our responsibility. And that's it. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else in the chambers that wishes to make a comment? We'll go ahead and go to Zoom.
We have no hands raised and no no, somebody just raised their hand. Esther, I am allowing you to speak. And go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I just wanted to let Mayor Rogers know that I love you, Natalie. Fully support you. You have my support. We're here for you, and we're so proud of you. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Esther. There are no more hands raised, and we have no more pre-recorded comments.
Thank you, and thank you all for your public comments. We did take notes, and we'll be following up. I would like to look at my colleagues to see if a stretch and bio break is needed, and seeing some nodding heads. It is 6 o'clock, and we will return at 6:15 to proceed with our public hearings. Thank you. Sorry for our tardiness. I won't say any names, but if we can get one more person, then we can proceed. All right, we are returning. Madam City Clerk, may you please call the roll?
Councilmember Stapp.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers. Councilmember Okrepke.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor McDonald.
Here.
Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Let the record reflect all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. Item 14, report items, we have none. We'll be going to our public hearings. Due to the number of people that are here, we're going to flip the public hearings and we will take 15.2 first and then proceed with 15.1. Madam City Manager.
Thank you. Item 15.2 is a public hearing, adoption of master plan amendment for South Davis Neighborhood Park, CEQA exempt. Deputy Director of Parks, Jen Santos, will present. And Jen, can you please introduce your team? Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Jen Santos, Deputy Director for Parks. And with me today, I have Emily Ander, our Assistant Parks Planner, as well as Brianna Morrison from Carlisle Macy, our consultant who helped us with all the public outreach for this project, as well as they are working on the future construction project as well. So I will turn it over to Emily and Brianna to get us started.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor McDonald, council members. I'm Emily Ander, Park Planner Assistant. And as Jen said, I'm here today with Brianna Morrison from Carlisle Macy, the project's consultant firm. And we're pleased to come before you tonight to share the master plan for South Davis Neighborhood Park. South Davis Neighborhood Park is located in the southwest quadrant of Santa Rosa. It is at the intersection of highways 101 and 12, as indicated by that pink star. And it also resides in Council District 1. In 2021, the city was awarded $285,291 from the state's per capita program to replace the playground equipment at the park. The play equipment is 21 years old and no longer meets current safety standards. Although the state funding is limited to replacing the playground equipment, staff felt that it was the right opportunity to engage the community in an update to the park master plan. So the park reflects the neighborhood that lives there today and uses the park today. Additionally, having a recently adopted master plan allows staff to look for and apply for grant opportunities to develop other requested amenities in the park. The goals of the project are to update and amend the 2003 master plan for the park with community input, design and construct a new playground before the end of the year. That's just 10 short months away. And finally, the master plan and the park improvements must provide for proper safety, accessibility, equity, and connectivity. During the 10-month master plan process, there have been 7 opportunities for community input, both virtually and in person, including a park input day with students at Luther Burbank Elementary and an informal meeting with the neighborhood on the east side of Highway 101 from the park. Today's public hearing is the final step in the master plan amendment process. However, due to the grant's short timeline, Carlisle Macy has begun work on the construction documents to ensure construction of the new play area occurs before December 31st. We use the following methods to inform the community about the master plan process and to encourage participation. Signs were placed in the park, at nearby parks, and at the elementary school and across the pedestrian bridge from the park. There were 9 notifications in City Connections. There's a park project webpage for the park. There was a flyer distributed by the South Davis neighbors at a general plan update meeting and via Parent Square to the elementary school community. As well as meetings posted on the city's social media, a direct mail postcard to 1,900 residences, and emails, phone calls, word of mouth with the elementary school, Roseland CBI, and community members. I'll now turn it over to Brianna to talk about the existing park.
All right, thank you, Emily. Thank you, Council. I'd like to briefly introduce you to South Davis Park, walk you through the design process to date, and then present our proposed amended master plan and the community feedback that informed it. South Davis Park, shown in the center in yellow, is bounded on 3 sides by major transportation routes, Highway 12 to the north, 101 to the east, and the Smart Track to the west. The inner yellow circle shown on the drawing is a 1/4 mile radius, which is a 5-minute walk. The larger circle that goes off the page is a 1/2 mile radius or a 10-minute walk, which is the typical neighborhood park service area. You can see that a lot of this park service area is east of 101 or north of Highway 12. A pedestrian bridge, shown as the pink dotted line, connects the park to the neighborhood at East Earl and South A Streets. This plan also shows that there aren't many other parks in this area south of Highway 12. So now we've zoomed in on the park and rotated the view, so we're looking east, which has 101 at the top. South Davis Park is named for the street that borders its western edge and is 1.34 acres and very linear. The park starts at the end of Barnett Street on the left and stretches along 101 to Theresa Street on the far right. The park is 1 block away from Olive Street, shown on the bottom, which is one of the ways to cross under Highway 12. The solid pink line represents sidewalks, which are not continuous to or along the length of the park. There are 3 main amenity areas: the north end, which has a playground and picnic area, the center with a basketball half court and access to the pedestrian bridge connection, and a large lawn with picnic area on the south. East of 101, there's an empty triangular lot, which was considered for inclusion in this master plan in the early stages. You'll see that as I progress the slideshow. At the boundary with Highway 101, there's a corrugated steel fence on the north end and masonry block sound wall that starts at the basketball court moving south. The area between the block wall and the recreational lawn where you see all the trees is Caltrans right-of-way. This is the existing park master plan. With the exception of the chain link fence under the pedestrian bridge and the second basketball half court at the end of Carrington Street, this is more or less what the park looks like today. We developed 3 master plan concepts, each focusing on a theme we felt responded to initial neighborhood feedback we received, and with a goal of eliciting very strong responses from the neighborhood. Concept A, shown here, focused on active recreation and gaming, including ideas like multiple sports courts, fitness stations, and even a skating spot. Concept B focused on the strong sense of community in this park and neighborhood and opportunities for connection. So it includes amenities like public art, lots of seating and picnic spaces, and a community garden. Concept C shows that, let me start over. In our first survey, feedback was that bringing kids to play and being outside in nature were the main reasons people visit South Davis Park. Likewise, the most appreciated features in the same survey were play equipment and the abundance of trees. In response, Concept C focuses on the top uses of nature and play. This concept is most similar to the existing park, but with upgrades and enhancements like more picnic spaces, native plantings, and an expanded play area. After receiving feedback on the concepts, we developed this draft master plan. It's primarily based on the nature and play concept with some of the highly rated elements of other concepts incorporated in. In this draft, we proposed that the area at the end of Carrington Street and the East neighborhood be flexible spaces, which respond to future community needs. However, we depicted them as a pickleball court and a community garden in the graphic. We also added a walking path around the playground. Thanks, Emily. Based on feedback from the draft master plan, we've made some revisions and additions to the plan. The biggest change is that the area east of 101 has been removed from the master plan. This was a direction from Parks Department staff because they want to review this area separately from South Davis Park. We, of course, have all of the design ideas and the community's feedback for this area, so hopefully it's useful for those future endeavors with the neighborhood. On the proposed master plan, we've also added some notes and legends to help us make it a useful guiding document for the city. So now I'm going to walk you through some of the elements. One major element of the master plan, which is hard to see in plan view, is related to the existing steel fence and eucalyptus trees. The neighborhood supports the steel fence eventually being replaced with a masonry block wall, which would require coordination with Caltrans, and the existing eucalyptus trees being removed. The master plan illustrates the steel fence as a new block wall, which will improve sound levels in this area of the park and provide additional safety. The existing eucalyptus trees along the steel fence are not in great shape or are dead, so the master plan depicts them as removed. We're also showing fencing under the pedestrian ramp that was part of the 2003 master plan and an element that was requested by the neighborhood for safety. The play area here is generally in the same space as the existing playground, but we've expanded it to fill in all the spaces underneath the trees. Because the play area is very close to the road where a lot of people park, we received feedback early on that physical separation, like a fence or low wall, was desired at the playground to create a protected border for small children or those with special needs. Fencing is provided between the road and sidewalk to enclose the play area, and sections of walls at seat height, which is about 18 inches, are provided around the park perimeter to provide plenty of seating opportunities and additional elements of play. The walking path added in the draft master plan was very popular, so we included it here. It creates a loop under the trees that parents or guardians can use to walk while still keeping an eye on their kids. Low bollard lights are added to provide just enough light to discourage late night loitering. And since the city has the funding, as Emily mentioned, for the new play equipment, we asked a lot of specific questions about what the neighborhood would like to see. Neighborhood feedback showed a preference for naturalistic and modern play equipment with a lot of traditional elements like the spinner cup in the picture, but also big and exciting pieces like the green twisty rope climber. The play area is very generous, and even with working around the trees, we're creating a really cool play space for the neighborhood. In our surveys, we tried to get ideas of what sport or gaming features besides basketball the neighborhood would like to see. There was big support for exercise and fitness stations, but also for other games and activities. The master plan proposes that the existing block wall could be painted for wall games, and the court could be resurfaced and restriped to accommodate schoolyard games as well as basketball or other games. I also wanted to point out that the existing basketball court is actually the dead end of Earl Street, so there's currently curb and gutter on both sides of the court, and so the master plan proposes building new curb and making a sidewalk connection, so you have contiguous sidewalk across the front of the park. The master plan also shows a pretty loosely defined picnic and gaming area with some tables dispersed under the trees and also on stabilized surfaces for accessibility. The intent is to leave this pretty open to interpretation, so it can be designed to support whatever is most needed and requested in the future. I mentioned in the draft master plan that we had identified this space at the end of Carrington Street as a flexible area, but depicted it as a pickleball court. Based on the community feedback we received, we revised the graphic to be non-specific. The space could fit a number of activities that the community supports, like pickleball or a community garden or a skate spot. But what ends up here will be based on future community needs at the time funding is available. We do think, regardless of the activity, some additional low-level security lighting would be beneficial here. Early survey results indicated interest in new park features such as barbecue grills, community gardens, pollinator plants, sports courts, and public art. These elements weren't always the #1 feature, but they were consistent and had high levels of support. Seeing that, we wanted to provide space in the master plan for barbecue pits and picnic areas separate from the playground and gaming areas. The community also really liked the idea of native plantings and responded they would be willing to volunteer to maintain such areas. So we've included some native plantings on the park's south end. And fitness stations received consistent support, so the master plan proposes some locations on the south end along the new and existing sidewalks nestled in the trees. This is the official full graphic for your consideration. It includes a symbol legend of the various plan elements and description of the features that I've just described to you. And with that, I will turn the presentation back over to Emily. Thank you.
Thank you, Brianna. The recommendation staff puts before you today is, it is recommended by the Transportation and Public Works Department that the council conduct a public hearing and thereafter, by resolution, adopt the park master plan for South Davis Neighborhood Park to include a revised playground area, picnic tables, barbecue areas, game tables, walking paths, updated sidewalks, a renovated basketball half court, security lighting, fitness stations, native planting areas, and space for future activities. So with that, we will open the floor to questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for the presentation. Council, do we have any questions of staff? Councilmember Alvarez.
First of all, thank you for moving this project forward. And I'm saying that we didn't get as much resistance as we have with other projects. And I try to say that with a straight face, I'm sorry. Lighting. I heard low-level lighting. What about high-level lighting? I know that lighting is the biggest deterrent when it comes to after-hour activities. And this park carries many names, and none of them behoove it being a park that's decent. And I'm wondering if it's possible, as we don't have protected species, I imagine, on this park, and we have a freeway that's adjacent. We have a large wall that separates the noise of the freeway to the neighborhood. And I'm wondering if it's possible to really keep this park lit as much as possible, and so there's nowhere to hide. And I do see that there's removal of eucalyptus trees that definitely need to go, although it's sad to see any tree leave, but I do see the purpose of that. And crosswalks. Is there any intent for a crosswalk for the community to be able to safely make it across the street?
There is existing street lighting along South Davis Street, and what we're proposing is supplementing that with additional low-level lighting pushed into the areas that currently people hang out in. So the area underneath the existing redwood trees on the north end of the park where the playground will go. We are proposing in the master plan some low-level lighting sprinkled in that space, so it would illuminate it so you could see if someone was there. But we are trying to be sensitive to the people who live across the street, so we don't want anything so bright that it's shining in their windows at night. One of the gentlemen has trouble with the Sessions Climbing Center light, so we're trying to be sensitive to that.
And hopefully one of the solutions would be to point the light from the street towards the brick wall, opposed to having it from the brick wall towards the homes that sit across the street, right? Mm-hmm. In regards to the crosswalk?
So we are currently working on the construction drawings in tandem with this project, and we are trying to set up accessibility so that in the future, when there are sidewalks and connections on the other side of the street, which is outside of the scope of the park project, that we could make a connection across the street. I mean, you know that the neighborhood doesn't have very good sidewalks or connections, so it's a bigger project than I think the park can take on, but we are trying to set it up for that.
And I'll just add, it is part of the master plan to continue on with the future sidewalks, but the scope of this project was really to change the playgrounds in the park as the number one thing to do. And so it's in the future scope when there's additional funding.
So we'll make sure to put a little asterisk right there for the future needs of the park, being that crosswalk with all those flashy lights and bells and whistles, right? Thank you.
Vice Mayor McDonald.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. This is really exciting to see this park go in. I just have a couple questions. How many skate parks do we actually have in the city of Santa Rosa? I know that was one of the preliminary discussions. Do we have just one other over by Fulton Road, or is there a couple of them?
We have one full-blown at Youth Community Park and then a skate spot at Bear Farm and Gardens.
Okay. And then my other question is, as we continue to develop parks, do we have it in the budget that will be increasing park maintenance staff, or is that part of the discussion already? Maybe Director Santos can tell me that.
Sure, thank you for the question. I appreciate it. This park is already existing, so we already have adequate maintenance at this park, but as we have future parks and we're bringing in new parks where there's new spaces, additional amenities that weren't envisioned, we will be bringing back the conversation about how to include maintenance costs in that. But for this one, we are good. There's the same type of amenities going in, just new.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, we will now open our public hearing. Madam City Clerk.
We are now taking public comments on item 15.2. If you are in the chambers and wish to make a comment and have not provided your name to the administrator, at the top of the chamber, please make your way to the podium. I'll first be calling on those who have signed up to speak. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you are dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You will have 3 minutes for your comment, and a countdown timer will alert at the conclusion of that period. So first, we're going to have Sherry and then Lorna.
The other direction, allow Lorna to go first?
Sure.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Lorna Dietz, and I live at 507 Earl Street, which is on the east side.
Lorna, sorry to interrupt. Can you get a little bit closer to your mic?
Better? Is that better?
Is it on?
Hello? Is that any better? Okay. All right. Can I up there for 3 minutes? Okay. My name is Lorna Dietz, and I live at 507 Earl Street, which is on the east side of the pedestrian overcrossing to the South Davis Park. Tonight, I'd like to discuss some words or concepts, starting with the letter H. Hope, hard work, healing, and help. This may not seem to relate to the park here, but I hope you'll stick with me. First, I think we need to address a word you all know by now, and that is transparency. I attended all the in-person meetings and virtual. I Zoomed, I listened, except for the one, for the kids at the elementary kids at Luther Burbank. And up to, actually, and including this slide presentation, the project included our side of the park, that triangular city-owned lot, and it was dropped sometime in November without a full explanation of why. And I'd like to know what the city's vision is for that lot now. I always thought the master plan was a vision of what could be, but once again, I feel like the city has none for that lot. And it's been years, now let me rephrase that, decades, that that lot has sat unused and is gone from bad to worse. Sorry. Which brings me to the first word, hope. You know, hope is that persistent, stubborn conviction that the welfare of the community is worth struggling for. Hope is a steadfast vision of a world that is steeped in healing, a wholeness, even though the evidence before you states otherwise. We, especially the children and youth that live in that disadvantaged neighborhood surrounding that park, need a powerful and shared hope for change, a common ground upon which to meet where all are welcomed. That's why I go up there. That's why I have gone up there for the last 2 years and picked up on the crosswalk and in the park and in that abandoned area, why I have swept the streets. People at Public Works know me by name, and I know them by first name by now too. We need a common ground in between the east side and the west side, a common ground upon which to meet where all are welcome. But we can't have that happen without a little hard work, and that's what I started doing. Oh man, is there any way I can continue?
No, thank you though. Thank you.
I also live on Earl Street at 421 Earl Street. And thank you, City Manager and Madam Mayor, City Council, and Eddie, our district representative. Like Lorna said, we want to kind of beautify our neighborhood a little bit and make it look less abandoned down at that end of the street. I'm a native-born Santa Rosan, born here in the early 40s. My parents met at Santa Rosa High, and I've seen a lot of change over these years. I purchased my home in 1981 on Earl Street, raised my son there. We've worked with our city police department, our neighborhood watch, we're part of the Neighborhood Watch program, Public Works, and City Council over the years on behalf of this little neighborhood community. And it's shifted and changed over the years, some renting, some purchasing. Always with a desire to improve this little 2-block street that dead ends at the 101 freeway and the catwalk there that goes across to what you've just seen for the master plan. I did send an email to Emily Ander and to Eddie, and I hope you've had a chance to look at some of those pictures of what that looks like right now. The broken and fallen and dead trees, and Lorna is constantly filling her own trash bin with garbage that gets deposited and left down there. And we've noticed that when an area appears abandoned, it becomes a magnet for mischief of all kinds, and dumping ground for trash, tagging a place where homeless have been setting up camp. And we've worked with Catholic Charities and the police department in that regard. We have over the years tried to maintain this space on our own. Notice the photos in 2009, and the city did bring us a dumpster and some tools for us to clear what we could. Caltrans kindly removed the chain link fencing and gave us some redwood trees to help buffer the sound on the freeway. And they're still there, but you can't quite see them. They're all in this mess. Then in 2013, Lisa Grant from the City Parks helped us get the wood chips to spread over in the area. They're also in the pictures there. You know, we'd like to adopt a green space, join the green space program, but we can't cut down trees. We can't do the heavy work. Thank you for your time.
Do we have anyone else in the chamber who would like to make a comment? Seeing no one, we're going to go ahead and go to our Zoom callers.
Thank you. We're going to start with Mike. Mike, I've enabled your permissions to talk. Go ahead whenever you're ready. We're going to follow with Margaret.
Okay, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi, I live in the vicinity of the corner of Carrington and South Davis Street for about 10 years now, and I just have a few concerns just based on my experiences living here. And I didn't see any real discussion. Maybe I missed it about, and I understand that we're limited with space for parking, but then as people know in that neighborhood, it's high density living. There's most houses, at least on Carrington, have a second unit. Parking is very limited on that street. So, when there's events at that park, the overflows into our neighborhood and parking basically becomes non-existent, including the blocking of driveways. So you can't even get into your own driveway. So it's a little concern for parking. Over the years, there's been an increase, obviously, in campers and the garbage and whatnot that comes with that. So, I'm concerned about a potential increase in that. But the main item that I'm concerned with, and it was brought up earlier, was the night activities, the illicit activities that happen at night. And it's quite evident in the morning when you get up and you see the beer cans and in some cases hypodermic needles in the garbage that's left behind. So it makes me a little bit leery of anything that could encourage additional night activities, if you want to call that, to occur there. And we talked about security lights and whatnot. So I just wanted to highlight just a few concerns. And the last item is that there is a potential path planned near the corner of Carrington and South Davis to go around the barbecue area and the mixed use play area. My concern is that trees would be removed. They provide both, they help with the noise from the freeway, which is obviously quite loud, but also a number of structures have gone up across the freeway that are 2 or 3 stories tall with bright lights, that the trees do help hide that. But, from certain angles, I believe it's a climbing structure is the one that recently came online. Very, very bright lights that the trees really do help camouflage. So those are just some concerns that I just wanted to share with you folks. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mike. Margaret, I've enabled your permissions. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hey, good evening. I just wanted to say that we're excited about the plan that is in place. They had a lot of meetings that we were able to attend and give feedback, and it looks great. It looks exactly like what we had discussed. I know a lot of people wanted the zip line. I wanted the zip line, but we can't have everything. The idea of a skate park sounds lovely. Just a little one that would be a really nice addition. And I did like Mr. Alvarez's idea about brighter lights kind of shining towards the freeway. I know at night sometimes I have to park a couple blocks from my house. I'm right at the corner of Barnett and South Davis, and it can be really dark out there. So I just think that could be a good idea, as long as the ladies who put this together were saying it doesn't shine right into the houses. But I did want to just say thank you. They've done such a good job putting this together. Thanks.
Thank you, Margaret. We have no other Zoom hands raised, and there are no reported comments for this item.
With no one else in the public wishing to make a comment, we will now close the public hearing, and I'll bring it back to the council for any final questions or comments. Seeing none this way, Councilmember Okrepke.
Thanks. Just to address the public commenters' concerns, I know the answer to this, but can you just explain the difference between the intentions of a neighborhood park versus a community park?
A neighborhood park is meant to serve about a half mile radius around the park. We consider excluding the barriers to access, and this park has a lot of barriers to access with Highway 101 and Highway 12 there. And they would generally only have security lighting, and they generally don't have restrooms, and they generally don't have specific parking, except along the streets, because the intention is for people to be walking directly to the park rather than to be driving to the park, which accounts for both the parking and for the lack of the restroom facilities. Whereas a community park is really, the intention is for it to serve a much broader base of the community. We say a mile radius from all the park boundaries. But really, a lot of our parks serve a greater part of the community than that, because we have like only Ridgeway and Finley Aquatic Center, so they serve the entire community rather than just the 1 mile radius. But they also have parking at them. They have lighting on like the fields, so there can be evening activities, and they also have just a lot more activities in them. Does that help?
Are there any additional questions or discussion from council? Seeing none, Councilmember Alvarez, can you please make a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I do need glasses. I would like to put the resolution forward. It's a resolution of the resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa adopting a master plan amendment for South Davis Neighborhood Park to include playground areas, picnic tables, and a barbecue areas, game tables, walking paths, updated sidewalks, a renovated basketball half court, security lighting, fitness stations, native planting areas, and space for future activities, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Alvarez and a second from Councilmember Okrepke. Councilmember Alvarez.
Question. Native plants. Is there signage that can accompany the native plants so that people that visit the parks know the name of them? And I know that we were working with something at the McMahon Burbank Park, where we actually stated the names in 3 languages: English, Spanish, and the native language as well. If that's something that we could look into, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Rogers.
I love that suggestion, Councilmember, and I actually think that also sounds like a great youth partnership opportunity. And I just want to point out for the record that you did not slip a zip line into the motion when you made it, so I'll be very happy to support.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Hopefully there's a swing. Thank you.
Is there a swing?
Can I say that there's a zip line? It's
There's
part
a
of the
zip line?
playground. That's our intention, and there are swings as well.
Thank you. Any more discussion? All right. Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Councilmember Stapp?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor McDonald?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
The motion passes with 7 ayes.
Thank you very much for the presentation and your hard work. Madam City Manager, can we go back to 15.1, which will be our second public hearing of the evening?
Great, thank you. Item 15.1, the Home Investment Partnership American Rescue Plan, Home ARP Allocation Plan, CEQA exempt. Mark Hughes, Program Specialist from Housing and Community Service, will present the report.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Nicole Del Fiorentino. I'm the Housing and Community Services Manager for the Housing Trust Division. And tonight we have our public hearing for the Home Investment Partnership American Rescue Plan, also known as Home ARP Allocation Plan. Mark Hughes, Program Specialist, will be presenting.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. The American Rescue Plan Act of March of 2021 established the Home ARP program. That program allocated $5 billion to provide housing, services, and shelter to individuals experiencing homelessness and other vulnerable populations. The city was allocated $2,737,433 as an entitlement jurisdiction. We can use up to 15% of that grant award for administration. Home ARP funds are restricted to be used for 4 eligible activities. Those eligible activities are tenant-based rental assistance, which functions similar to a housing choice voucher, development of affordable housing, supportive services such as job training, outreach, health services, housing navigation, and case management, and acquisition and development of non-congregate shelter units for projects similar to the Home Key projects such as the Gold Coin Motel and the Caritas Center. Furthermore, the Home ARP funds must be used to benefit individuals and families who are homeless, at risk of homelessness, fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, stalking, or human trafficking, other populations at risk of homelessness due to housing instability, and veterans and families that meet one of the preceding criteria. To access the grant award, the participating jurisdiction must go through a public consultation process. That public consultation process is meant to inform the allocation of the funds, and the allocation plan must also include a gap analysis and needs assessment. So as part of our public participation process, Housing and Community Services staff consulted with the following groups: the Continuum of Care, homeless service providers, the Housing Authority, veteran service providers, other local jurisdictions, fair housing advocates, domestic violence service providers, and service providers for persons with disabilities. We are also required to hold a public hearing to solicit feedback and encourage public participation. So during our planning process, staff did engage in a broad public participation process, which started with bringing the Home ARP Grant Award to the Housing Authority in November of 2021. We then held a public meeting in December of 2021, which was noticed in the Press Democrat and La Vaz, and there were local stakeholders and members of the public that attended. On February 23rd of 2022, staff presented with the Sonoma County Community Development Commission to the Continuum of Care Board. And at that meeting, the Continuum of Care Board suggested that staff for both the city and the county wait to continue development of the plan until the 2022 point in time count was released. On May 26th, we had our first in our series of roundtable meetings for stakeholders. Those were held jointly with the CDC. In June, we held a roundtable meeting for service providers that serve victims of domestic violence. Again, that was jointly with the CDC. In October, we held our last roundtable meeting, which was for service providers for homeless and veterans groups. Yesterday, we did go before the Housing Authority as well and collected some feedback from them. And then the public participation process will end with the public hearing tonight. Staff received a lot of valuable feedback from the stakeholders and the community. The most common feedback we received was that the greatest impact for the use of funds would be to allocate towards supportive services with a focus on homeless prevention and housing stabilization. We did receive some feedback from affordable housing developers that the one-time nature of the funding would have less of an impact for development of affordable housing and the relative small amount. The needs assessment and gap analysis shows that more people in the city of Santa Rosa are experiencing homelessness than shelter beds available. Over 7,300 households are at risk of homelessness in the city due to housing instability. The 2014 to 2018 American Community Survey estimated that 47% of Santa Rosa households overpay for housing and are experiencing severe cost burden. So the allocation plan was compiled using some suggested data sources from HUD. Those data sources were the U.S. Census Bureau, the Continuum of Care's housing inventory count, the Comprehensive Housing Affordability Strategy, the American Community Survey, the 2022 Sonoma County Point in Time Count, as well as the 2017 Violence Profile of Sonoma County. And also, we did source some of our data from public input and stakeholder data as well. So from the public participation and consultation process, the use of the Home ARP Award is recommended to be allocated towards supportive services. Housing and Community Services staff proposes that a request for proposals, RFP, process is used to select subrecipients, and the plan is due to be submitted to HUD by March 31st of 2023. Feedback from this public hearing will be incorporated into the draft plan, and delegation of authority is needed for the city manager to execute program-related documents. So it is recommended by the Housing and Community Services Department that the council, by resolution, 1, authorize submittal of the Home Investment Partnership American Rescue Plan Home ARP allocation plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, incorporating comments received at the public hearing, and 2, authorize the city manager or their designee to execute the funding agreements with HUD and any additional documentation required by HUD to implement the Home ARP program. And at this point, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Council, do we have any questions of staff? Councilmember Okrepke.
Thank you very much. I see the regulations say that up to 15% of the fund can be used for administration. Staff has recommended using all 15% of that. Is it the expectation that it will cost that much, that the whole 15% will be used? And if not, let's say 10% is actually used, we have 5% left over, what happens with that?
Yes, thank you for your question. Right now, we are anticipating the full 15% for administration. This program has that potential to be a multi-year program. So funds need to be expended by the year 2030. And with that sort of timeline, we need to make sure that we have the bandwidth to continue administering the program. The length of the program will depend on the RFP submissions that come in from that solicitation. And if we get to the end of the road on this grant program and there is excess funds, there's always the option to do budget amendments if we need to put more money back into the community.
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions from council? Seeing none, we will now open our public hearing. Madam City Clerk.
We are now taking public comments on item 15.1. If you are in the chambers and wish to make a comment and have not provided your name to the administrator at the top of the chamber, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you are dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You will have 3 minutes for your comment, and a countdown timer will alert at the conclusion of that period. Seeing no speakers in the chambers, do we have any speakers on Zoom?
We have no hands raised in Zoom and no pre-recorded messages.
We will now close the public hearing. I'll bring it back to council for any final comments. Seeing none, Councilmember Fleming, if you would please make a motion.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for your hard work on this. I know it's going to impact in a positive way the lives of many folks. And so with that, I'm proud to bring a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa authorizing submittal of the Home Investment Partnership American Rescue Plan allocation plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and delegating authority to the city manager to execute the funding agreements with HUD and any additional documentations required by HUD to implement the program and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Sorry, where'd that come from? The second? Oh, thank you. We have a first from Councilmember Fleming and a second from Councilmember Stapp. Madam City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
Councilmember Stapp?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor McDonald?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
The motion passes with 7 ayes.
We're going to thank you very much for your presentation.
Madam Mayor, can I just say thank you to Mark for a job well done. I think this is his first time at the dais. Great job.
Oh, thank you for being here. Job well done. Thank you.
I was going to ask really tough questions, and I thought that would be mean.
First time, but don't let it be your last, okay? Come back and visit us. We have no written communication, so we'll go to item 17, which is our public comment on non-agenda matters. This is an opportunity for the public to speak to the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction. If you are in the chamber and you would like to make comment, please make your way to the podium. I am seeing no one make their way to the podium, so I'm going to kick it. Oh, one? No, I'm going to kick it over to our Zoom host.
We do have one person who had put their name in. Is Erica here? Seeing that she's not here, to our Zoom host.
We have no hands raised and no pre-recorded messages.
Perfect. I think what everyone is waiting for is item 19, and that is the adjournment of the meeting. Thank you so much. Have a great night.